Chapter 185. Duanling Tian only lightly smiled in response to Tianhu's question. In the eyes of others, his strength was indeed something that only an origin core martial artist was capable of displaying. Regarding this, he didn't give any further explanation. After all, this was related to the cultivation method he cultivated, the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique. That was his greatest secret. Once it was leaked, he would surely suffer a calamity. Duanling Tian had only cultivated to the second form of the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique, the Raging Python form, and he could already feel how heaven-defying this cultivation method was. He could imagine that if the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique were to be exposed before others, even those true void stage experts would probably be tempted. Before long, Duanling Tian separated from Tianhu and directly went to the classroom. Within the classroom, besides Sima Changfeng, the other 17 students sat in their respective seats, and only Duanling Tian was missing. Teacher. Duanling Tian arrived at the classroom door and smiled apologetically to Sima Changfeng. Sima Changfeng didn't say anything and nodded. Come in. Only then did Duanling Tian enter and sit down. Duanling Tian, although you used to come late, you've never been late. Tell me honestly, did you do something bad last night and can't wake up this morning? Xiao Sun sat behind Duanling Tian and moved his head closer to Duanling Tian as he laughed wickedly. Is that all you have in your head? Duanling Tian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Before long, the entire morning had passed. After class ended at noon, Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun walked on the road to the cafeteria. Everywhere they passed, many students would pay attention to them. Do we have flowers on our faces? Xiao Sun looked at Duanling Tian and Xiao Yu as he asked. In any case, you and Duanling Tian don't have flowers on your faces, but do I? Xiao Yu felt it was strange as well. Why were these people looking at them like that? Your face doesn't have any either. Xiao Sun glanced at Xiao Yu and said in all seriousness. Among the three of them, perhaps only Duanling Tian could remain calm. After all, he knew the reason. That's Duanling Tian, a grade 1 student who stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. F***CK. Couldn't be, right? A first-year student at the primal core stage? At this time, two students nearby stopped and looked at Duanling Tian, whispering to each other. Because they were not far away, their voices were heard by Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. The two of them finally reacted. It turned out that the reason why so many people were staring at them along the way was not because of the flowers on their faces, but because they were looking at Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, you broke through to the origin core stage? Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu's faces were filled with astonishment, and their eyes revealed an inconceivable luster. This was too exaggerated. Duanling Tian smiled faintly and remained silent. F***CK. You wouldn't have really broken through to the origin core stage, right? Also, why do so many people know that you broke through to the origin core stage but we don't? Could it be that you were late this morning for something? Xiao Sun cursed and asked a string of questions. Although Xiao Yu didn't finish speaking, his eyes stared fixedly at Duanling Tian. When you see Tianhu in a while, you guys can ask him yourselves. Duanling Tian shrugged and was slightly helpless. In the cafeteria, Duanling Tian's group of three had just sat down when Tianhu arrived. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun naturally couldn't avoid asking him questions. Quickly, under Tianhu's narration, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. They never imagined that the reason Duanling Tian was late this morning was actually because of Su Qing. They naturally knew who Su Qing was. He was a Year 2 student of Paladin Academy, and was also the publicly acknowledged number 1 genius of Paladin Academy before Duanling Tian appeared. Duanling Tian, not only did you snatch away the title of number 1 genius from Su Qing, you even made him suffer a crushing defeat in public. He's bound to be inferior to you in all aspects of Paladin Academy in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head and was slightly shocked in his heart. He never imagined that Duanling Tian would be so valiant and even defeat Su Qing. Of course, what he was even more shocked about was Duanling Tian's cultivation. Stepping into the origin core stage at the mere age of 18. Just thinking about it caused his scalp to go numb. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled faintly. I gave him a chance at that time, but it was he who was overbearing. He deserved it. Tianhu had a face full of schadenfreude. Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze, and unknowingly, a trace of bitterness appeared on the corners of his mouth. Presently, he was only a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, but Duan Lingtian had already stepped into the origin core stage. Although he had long since no longer intended to compare himself with Duan Lingtian, he still felt a sense of loss in his heart. Right. Suddenly, Tian, who seemed to have thought of something and looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly serious expression. Duan Lingtian, I heard that Su Qing's background isn't simple. He's the son of the Chilean County's county governor, one of the 18 counties under our Crimson Sky Kingdom. Son of the county governor. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he recalled the scene from this morning, and came to a sudden realization. This morning Su Qing didn't have a sword in his hand, but later on he obviously took it out from his spatial ring. At that time, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised that Su Qing actually had a spatial ring. Moreover, that sword was a grade 7 spirit weapon. Now that he knew of Su Qing's identity, he felt relieved. Son of the county governor? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly narrowed. The Crimson Sky Kingdom only had a total of 18 counties. And he first cut off the arm of the Swallow Mountain County's county governor's son, Pei San. After that, he successively beat the Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tong Li, into a pig's head. Now he defended the Chilean County's county governor's son, Su Qing. Out of the 18 county governors, he'd indirectly offended 3. Under the slightly worried gazes of Xiao Yu's group of 3, Duan Lingtian laughed indifferently. What are all of you doing? Don't forget that I've already offended a county governor. The Fair Sun County's county governor's daughter, Tong Li, hates me to the bone. Moreover, she's the cousin of the 5th prince. Compared to that, this Su Qing is nothing. Only now did Xiao Yu's group of 3 recall that this fellow was a troublemaker, and they all shook their heads and laughed bitterly. Actually, it's nothing much. That Su Qing himself was overbearing. You only defeated him and didn't injure him. That Chilean County's county governor ought to not be so petty. Xiao Sun lightly smiled to ease the atmosphere. Xiao Yu and Tian, who both nodded in agreement. As for Duan Lingtian, he didn't mind Chilean County's county governor. He wasn't even afraid of nobles like the 3rd prince and 5th prince. How could he be afraid of a mere county governor? At this moment, the entire cafeteria was practically filled with the matter of Duan Lingtian, revealing his origin core stage cultivation this morning and defeating Su Qing. Duan Lingtian had once again become the center of attention. Duan Lingtian frowned. He didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey, so he casually ate some food before leaving the cafeteria and going to the large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds to cultivate. In the pavilion of the cafeteria, the old man in a gray robe had an astounded expression as well. That little fellow actually broke through to the origin core stage? At dusk, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun parted ways at the gate of Paladin Academy. As soon as he walked out of the gate, he noticed that there were people staring at him. 2 of them were his subordinates, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. The other 5 people were all strangers. However, the strength of these people wasn't even at the nascent soul stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a sneer as he walked into the remote alley in large strides. Many people had already died successively in this small alley. Without exception, these people were all people that wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Not long after Duan Lingtian entered the small alley, he felt waves of awe-inspiring sounds of wind coming from behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 5 middle-aged men had surrounded him. Duan Lingtian noticed that the gazes these 5 people shot at him now faintly contained a trace of greed. Obviously, they were scheming something. Looks like these people were entrusted by someone and are doing this for money. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart as he guessed. Thinking up to here, Duan Lingtian looked at the person in the lead of the 5 people. This was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face. His expression was savage, and one could tell with a single glance that he wasn't a kind person. You guys are probably doing this for money, right? How much did that person pay? I'll pay double. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the 5 people, including the scarred man, couldn't help but be stunned. Kid, there are rules in the underworld. Since we, the Crimson North's 5 tigers, have accepted his money and negotiated this deal with you, it's useless even if you pay 10 times the price. The scarred man grunted coldly, and as he finished speaking, he changed the topic. Of course, even though you won't be able to escape death. However, if you want the person that bought your life to die, then so long as you pay us now, we guarantee to kill that person after you die. Hearing what the scarred man said, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but be stunned. That works. Of course we're doing this for money, and only recognize money, not people. The scarred man said as a matter of course. Then how much do I have to pay for you guys to help me kill that person? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he asked with a smile on the corners of his mouth. 100,000 silver. The scarred man didn't hesitate in the slightest as he directly spoke. 100,000 silver? Duan Lingtian's brows raised. Then how much did he pay for my life? You're a student of Paladin Academy, so your life is more expensive. 200,000 silver. The scarred man said again. 200,000 silver? Duan Lingtian was first stunned. Then under the dumbfounded gazes of the scarred man and the others, he started cursing. F***K. This young master's life is only worth 200,000 silver? 200,000 silver is already a lot. One of the scarred man's subordinates muttered. 200,000 silver is a lot? Duan Lingtian laughed coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a large stack of silver notes appeared in his hand. All of them were in denominations of 10,000 silver. Now this young master has 1,000,000 silver notes. As long as you can kill this young master will give it all to you. How about it? Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the scarred man and the others were all dumbstruck. They've done many transactions, but this was the first time they've encountered such a situation. Is what you said true? The scarred man fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and his face was filled with disbelief. Don't try to fool me, Wang Dahu, or else you'll suffer. I, Wang Dahu, have a resounding reputation in the underworld. How resounding? Chapter 186. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the two people walking over from afar. Why did you two come out so quickly? I haven't had enough fun. Haven't had enough fun? The Crimson North's 5 tigers that were led by the scarred man, Wang Dahu, were completely stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian, and a bad premonition arose within their hearts. They all turned around to look at the source of the voice. Over there, 2 middle-aged men were walking over side by side. On each of the 2 middle-aged men, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. A total of 2,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed over along with them. Nascent. 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Wang Dahu's pupils constricted and his face was filled with terror as his legs started trembling. His other 4 brothers were more or less the same. Their faces all went pale, and they didn't even dare have the thought of fleeing. What a joke! Before a 7th level nascent soul stage martial artist, it was impossible for the few of them to have the chance to escape. Now they could only hope that this violet-clothed youth would forgive them. Thump! Thump! Shay! Under Wang Dahu's lead, the 5 of them directly knelt down around Duan Lingtian and drooped their heads, looking extremely like frosted eggplants. Slap! Wang Dahu raised his hand and slapped himself, then begged for mercy with a trembling voice. Young master, we had eyes but failed to see and offended you. You're a magnanimous person, so take us as farts and spare our lives. Now he finally realized that this young man was just toying with them. At the same time that he was terrified to the point of almost being terrified, a trace of rage seemed to arise within his heart. This rage was naturally directed towards the person that paid to kill them. If they knew that their target this time had 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists by his side, then not to mention 200,000 silver, even if they were given 10,000,000 silver, they still wouldn't dare come. Although money was tempting, their lives were more important. Duan Lingtian was shocked by the actions of the 5 people as well, as he never imagined that they would be so straightforward. Aren't all of you the Crimson North's 5 tigers? Can't you have a little backbone? Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Dahu and lightly smiled. Young master, before you, we can only be considered as the Crimson North 5 cats, Wang Dahu said with a bitter smile on his face. Now, he could only hope that the purple-clothed youth in front of him would spare the lives of his brothers. Crimson North's 5 cats? This suits you. Zhang Qian stood beside Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but laugh. Crimson North 5 cats, let me hear you. Zhao Gang also smiled. His calm gaze fell on Wang Dahu and the other four. Meow. Wang Dahu's face turned red. Although he felt humiliated, when he thought about how his life was in the other party's hands, he could only lower his head and cry out, "Meow! Meow!" The other four people also cried out as they knelt on the ground, trembling. They knew clearly in their hearts that as long as the youth gave an order, their heads would be separated from their bodies. Duan Lingtian frowned. Looking at the terrified appearance of Wang Dahu and the other four, he didn't even have the interest to teach them a lesson. "I can spare your lives, but you must tell me who paid for my life. But I don't know if you want to be tough guys and continue to abide by the so-called rules of the underworld, or do you want your own lives?" "Want my life, want my life." When Wang Dahu and the other four heard that they had a chance to live, their eyes lit up as they spoke in unison. "What, you don't want to follow the rules now?" The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile. Wang Dahu and the other four laughed bitterly. Their lives were already hanging by a thread. What rules were there to follow? No broken rules were more important than their lives. "Speak, who paid for my life?" Duan Lingtian asked indifferently. "Hammer 7. Wang Dahu said honestly. "Hammer 7? Do you know who he is?" Duan Lingtian frowned. "I know. He's a big hoodlum in the outer city of the Imperial City." Wang Dahu hurriedly nodded. "Let's go, bring me to him." Duan Lingtian looked at the sky. At this time, the gate from the inner city to the outer city should have just opened not long ago. After finishing his business, he should be able to rush back in time. Imperial City, outer city. Duan Lingtian sat in the guest room of an inn, leisurely drinking tea. Other than Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing behind him, Wang Dahu also stood respectfully at the side with a nervous expression. "Wang Dahu, didn't you say that Hammer 7 was nearby? It's already been more than 10 minutes, and your four brothers still haven't returned. They wouldn't have left you behind, right?" Duan Lingtian looked at Wang Dahu, and a trace of coldness flashed past his eyes. "Young master, don't worry, we, the Crimson North 5 Tigers." Just as Wang Dahu opened his mouth, he noticed that Duan Lingtian's gaze had turned sharp, and he hurriedly changed his words. "No, it's the Crimson North 5 Cats. We, the Crimson North 5 Cats, are famous for being loyal. Young master, you can rest assured about this." "I hope it's as you say." Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Wang Dahu, and he continued to lower his head and drink his tea. The cup of tea was quickly finished. Right at this moment, "Zhang Qian, go open the door." Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he suddenly spoke. Although Zhang Qian felt it was slightly strange, he still went to open the door. At this moment he heard a wave of footsteps coming from outside. It was the other four of the Crimson North 5 Tigers, and they carried a sack back. There was obviously a person inside the sack, and the person emitted a wave of woo-woo sounds as he constantly struggled. After everyone entered, Zhang Qian closed the door and looked at the violet-clothed youth who sat there with a carefree expression, and he was shocked in his heart. The soundproofing of this inn was extremely good, and he didn't notice in the slightest that 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers had returned. How did the young master know? Not only Zhang Qian, even Zhao Gang's pupils couldn't help but constrict. Both of them realized that there were still many things they had to learn from this young master. "Young master, he's here." The other 4 of the Crimson North 5 Tigers threw the sack on the ground, and a wave of shrill cries sounded out from within the sack. Subsequently, the 4 of them opened the sack once more. A young man that was tied up appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The young man's mouth was stuffed with a ball of cloth, and he was currently emitting loud woo-woo sounds as he glared angrily at the Crimson North 5 Tigers. "If you dare make even the slightest sound, I don't mind slashing your throat." Duan Lingtian stretched out his hand, and the violet myrtle flexible sword seemed to have transformed into a violet bolt of lightning that descended onto the young man's neck, causing the young man to be frightened to the point his body trembled, and he hurriedly shut his mouth. At this moment he started to size up the youth before him. "OM!" The violet myrtle flexible sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook, and he removed the ball of cloth from the young man's mouth. Even when the ball of cloth was gone, the young man still obediently shut his mouth, and he didn't dare make even the slightest sound. The sword that was placed on his neck wasn't a joke. Duan Lingtian stared at the young man and said indifferently, "You should be Hammer 7. Speak, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Hammer 7's expression changed. You're Duanling Tian? Slap. Zhang Qian's figure moved, and he raised his hand to slap Hammer 7. His voice was cold as he said, How can you say the young master's name? Yes, young master, young master. Hammer 7 was stunned by the slap, and he hurriedly nodded, not daring to hesitate. The name Duanling Tian had recently spread like wildfire in the imperial city. As long as one was a person in the imperial city, there was almost no one who didn't know of Duanling Tian, and he naturally knew of him as well. Therefore, even if someone came to him and asked him to hire someone to kill Duanling Tian, he didn't dare to brazenly do it. He could only find a few hothead, who had just arrived in the imperial city and hadn't heard of Duanling Tian, and hire them to do it. He originally thought that things would go smoothly, but now it seemed that it was completely different from what he imagined. He regretted it now. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been greedy and found these unreliable fellows. What, Crimson North's 5 tigers? The name sounded quite big, but in the end it was wiped out by someone else. Let me ask you, who asked you to hire someone to kill me? Duanling Tian's gaze was sharp, and his voice was cold as if it was transmitted out from an ice cave. Young master, I can't say. If I say, I'll die. Hammer 7's face was pale as he smiled bitterly. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now. Duanling Tian raised his hand, and the crepe myrtle flexible sword swept out. With a xiao sound, one of Hammer 7's eyebrows was shaved off. Hammer 7's expression changed, and he said in a panic, Young master, I'll speak. I'll speak. Speak, who is it? Although Duanling Tian's tone was calm, it was mixed with breathtaking rage. He wanted to know who exactly wanted his life. No matter who it was, he wouldn't let the other party have an easy time. It's Hong Jie, young master, it's Hong Jie. He gave me 3 million silver and asked me to find a few clean people to deal with you. Hammer 7 hurriedly said. 3 million silver? The faces of Wang Dahu and the other 4 of the Crimson North's 5 tigers went pale as they stared angrily at Hammer 7. If it wasn't for Duanling Tian being present, they would probably have rushed up and killed Hammer 7 at the first possible moment. This Hammer 7 took 3 million silver, but only gave them 200,000 silver? And almost made them lose their lives. Hong Jie. Duanling Tian frowned, feeling that the matter seemed to be getting more and more complicated. Young master. I've heard of this Hong Jie. He's a local tyrant in the outer city of the imperial city. Supposedly, he's related to the Xiao clan's patriarch. Zhao Gang seemed to have thought of something as he slowly spoke. Duanling Tian nodded, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Hammer 7 as he indifferently said, Take out the 3 million silver. Yes, young master, I only have 2,800,000 silver here, and there's still 200,000 silver in their hands. Hammer 7 obediently withdrew a large stack of silver from his pocket, and didn't forget to look at Wang Dahu and the others. Wang Dahu glared at Hammer 7, but didn't dare hesitate and obediently took out 200,000 silver. Wang Dahu. Duanling Tian suddenly spoke. Young master, I'm here. Wang Dahu took a step forward and was incomparably respectful. Deal with him and clean him up. Duanling Tian's voice was terrifyingly calm, causing Hammer 7's face to go pale. But unfortunately, he didn't have the time to beg for mercy before his head was blasted apart by Wang Dahu's fist. Above Wang Dahu, 100 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level of the Origin Core stage. Chapter 187. Wang Dahu. Just at this moment, Duanling Tian looked at Wang Dahu. His gaze focused and his voice was slightly cold. I'll give you a chance. Take the 200,000 taels of silver and leave. As for the lives of your 4 brothers, they must stay here. Otherwise, all of you will die. Duanling Tian's sudden change in expression caught Wang Dahu and the other 4 off guard, and their expressions changed. You're going back on your words. Wang Dahu's expression changed, and he glared at Duanling Tian. He didn't expect that Duanling Tian would go back on his words. You're courting death. Zhang Qian's voice was ice cold, and his leg kicked out like lightning, sending Wang Dahu flying and crashing into the wall. Wang Dahu spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, But his eyes were still filled with unwillingness as they landed on Duan Lingtian's body, filled with rage. Boss. The other 4 members of the Crimson North's 5 Tigers were filled with grief and indignation. Wang Dahu. This is the last chance I'm giving you. I hope you cherish it well. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on Wang Dahu as he said indifferently. Even if I, Wang Dahu, die, I won't give up on my brothers. Wang Dahu gnashed his teeth. Although he was afraid of death, when he thought of using the lives of his brothers who had gone through fire and water with him to exchange for his own life, he still rejected Duan Lingtian. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he wouldn't be at ease for the rest of his life. Boss, you can go. Boss, we know you're loyal, but we still hope that you can survive and help us take care of our families. Boss, live well. The other 4 seemed to have realized that a great disaster was about to befall them, and they hurriedly advised. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, 5th brother. Wang Dahu's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the 4 people in front of him, and he was extremely emotional. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's brows twitched. As soldiers, they valued relationships and loyalty. Now that they saw Wang Dahu and the other 4 in such a state, they couldn't help but feel deep veneration and compassion. Just when they wanted to open their mouths to plead with Duan Lingtian. Congratulations, Wang Dahu. You have passed my test. The coldness on Duan Lingtian's face instantly melted. He took the 2,800,000 taels of silver that Hammer 7 took out. He put away the 2 million taels for himself and threw the other 800,000 taels to Wang Dahu. After cleaning up this place, take this 1 million taels and your 4 brothers and leave the imperial city. The sudden change made Wang Dahu's group of 5 stupefied. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang instead had smiles on their faces, and the gazes they shot at Duan Lingtian with were filled with even more admiration. Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Wang Dahu and the other 4 knelt down again and repeatedly kowtowed. This time they were truly grateful to Duan Lingtian. I'll leave this to you guys. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first. Duan Lingtian glanced at Wang Dahu and the others. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he left with Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Young master, if Wang Hu had abandoned his 4 brothers just now, what would have happened? Outside the inn, Zhang Qian followed behind Duan Lingtian and couldn't help but ask. If he had chosen to abandon his brothers, then none of them would have survived. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about an extremely ordinary matter. In his heart, if Wang Dahu had made that choice, then even he wouldn't be able to convince himself to let Wang Dahu and the others go. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang gasped when they heard this. They tacitly glanced at the youth with deep gazes. They didn't doubt in the slightest that when this youth grew up, he would surely be a formidable figure. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused as he looked at Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian, do you know where Hong Jie usually stays? Zhang Qian knew Hong Jie quite well, so Duan Lingtian quickly brought the 2 of them to look for Hong Jie. After a round of coercion, Duan Lingtian pried open Hong Jie's mouth and handed Hong Jie over to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to deal with, who knew that the 2 of them would directly kill Hong Jie. You guys, Duan Lingtian was stunned. Zhang Qian laughed slyly. Young master, this Hong Jie has done all sorts of evil. I've wanted to teach him a lesson since long ago. Then why didn't you teach him a lesson in the past? In the past, we were afraid of his relationship with the Shao clan's patriarch. Why aren't we afraid now? We've already killed 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples, and have already thrown caution to the wind. We don't lack one more Hong Jie. Duan Lingtian was slightly speechless towards the reason of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Why does it sound like he's the one who led them astray? This Hong Jie actually has a spatial ring as well. Over 30 million? After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Hong Jie's spatial ring, he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw the large pile of silver within it. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Hong Jie to be so rich. It should have been given to him by that Duan clan member. Zhang Qian guessed. Humph. This Hong Jie even said he only took 5 million. I was almost deceived by him. Duan Lingtian coldly snorted. The inner city is about to close, let's go. Now that their objective had been achieved, the only thing left to do was to deal with the inner city. Duan Roulette. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted and his killing intent was awe-inspiring. He found out from Hong Jie that it was a subordinate of the Duan clan's second master that came looking for him. The identity of the person behind the scenes was obvious. It was precisely the Duan clan's second master, Duan Rulei. After entering the inner city, Duan Lingtian said to Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, "Both of you keep an eye on that Duan Rulei tonight. I want to know if he returned to the Duan clan estate or went somewhere else. Once you're done scouting, come back and inform me." "Yes, young master." Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly nodded. They'd already guessed this young master's plan. The young master intended to kill Duan Rulei. Even though they knew that Duan Rulei was the Duan clan's second master and had an extraordinary identity, they'd already killed two Su clan direct descendant disciples, so they didn't think much of it, according to the young master. As long as they dealt with it cleanly and didn't leave behind any traces, it would be absolutely safe. The night was dark and the wind was strong, a night to kill. In the inner city, outside a large courtyard house, 3 black-clothed and masked figures quietly climbed over the wall and snuck into the house. It was precisely Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. After a night of tracking by Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, they'd confirmed that Duan Rulei had arrived at this courtyard house and hadn't returned to the Duan clan estate. This courtyard house was twice the size of Duan Lingtian's house. Now the lights were completely extinguished and it was extremely quiet. Something seems to be wrong. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force trembled, as he faintly realized something. Not only that, he also noticed that the 2 little pythons concealed within his sleeves had become restless, as if they'd noticed something. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian along and continued forward. Since he'd come, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Moreover, as far as he was concerned, what threat could a cripple pose? Even if there were people protecting him, he wasn't afraid. So long as it wasn't a half-step void stage expert, he could deal with it by relying on the bone corrosion inscription. Whoosh! Just when Duan Lingtian brought Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang to the center of the front courtyard, a clear and melodious sound sounded out, and the lights instantly lit up, illuminating the entire front courtyard. Whoosh! 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 At the same time, 3 figures flashed out and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. When these 3 people moved, 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed above each of them. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. The 3 people that appeared were 3 old men, and they stared at Duan Lingtian's group of 3 with burning gazes. Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted and his face went grim, but his face was covered, so others were unable to see it. He never imagined that he would actually be noticed. However, he didn't mind. 3 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, so long as Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang joined forces to kill one of them, he could use his spatial ring and the bone corrosion inscription on the violet myrtle flexible sword to instantly kill the other 2. Duan Lingtian, needless to say, I've still underestimated you. Right at this moment, accompanied by a cold voice, a middle-aged man with a dignified appearance slowly walked out from the courtyard house's main building. Beside the middle-aged man followed an azure-clothed old man. Although it was the first time he'd seen this middle-aged man, he was still able to discern that the middle-aged man was somewhat similar to Duan Lingxing from that time, and Duan Lingtian guessed his identity. Duan Rulei. However, his attention wasn't on Duan Rulei, but on the azure-clothed old man beside Duan Rulei. The azure-clothed old man had an emaciated figure that was all skin and bones, but he gave Duan Lingtian an unfathomable feeling, and an extremely dangerous feeling. With the experience of the Samsara Emperor Wu, Duan Lingtian knew that this old man wasn't an ordinary person. The strength of the azure-clothed old man might even surpass an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. Half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath. At this moment he could feel his heartbeat speeding up. He's probably not at the half-step void stage. Duan Lingtian consoled himself. What? Duan Lingtian, you're still unwilling to be honest with me, your second uncle? Duan Rulei's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian as he spoke indifferently. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath, then took off his hood and revealed his face. Since he was recognized, then there was no need to continue wearing it. Now, he was almost certain that he'd been tricked by Duan Rulei tonight. Duan Rulei had obviously set up a trap for him. As expected, he's slightly similar to Duan Ruffing from all those years ago. When he saw Duan Lingtian's face clearly, Duan Rulei's gaze squinted and a trace of breathtaking rage arose within him. It was as if he'd returned to the past and recalled the scene when Duan Ruffing crippled his Dantian all those years ago. I'm extremely curious, how did you know I would come? Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Rulei and asked. That can only mean that the two people by your side weren't professional in following me, and were seen through by Elder Ku long ago. As he spoke up to hear, Duan Rulei slightly paused for a moment, then smiled to the azure-clothed old man beside him, and within his smile was a trace of reverence mixed within. Young master, we're sorry. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang never imagined that the matter would happen to them, and their pupils constricted as they spoke apologetically with bitter voices. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the azure-clothed old man. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had followed him for a period of time and had improved a lot in tracking. Duan Lingtian was sure that even if they were asked to follow an ordinary 9th-level nascent soul stage martial artist, they might not be noticed. Could it be that this azure-clothed old man was really a half-step void stage expert? Chapter 188. Duan Lingtian, how is it? Are you afraid now? Duan Rulei's eyes contained a sense of ridicule, as if he wanted to see Duan Lingtian's terrified expression. Afraid? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly constricted when faced with Duan Rulei's question, and he lightly smiled. Why should I be afraid? Humph! Duan Rulei's voice went cold. You're at death's door, yet you still dare to be stubborn. I'll make it clear to you, this is my private courtyard house. Including Elder Ku and those 3 people, they aren't members of the Duan clan. So don't think that they'll take into account that you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan and show mercy. So you're saying that I'm definitely going to die today, right? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, and in the eyes of others, he seemed to have disregarded life and death and didn't care in the slightest. It's good that you know. Duan Rulei's face was covered in a layer of frost as he sneered. Now, do you regret killing my son? If I say I regret it, could it be that you'll let me off? Duan Lingtian replied with a question, and his face was still carefree. Of course not. Today, no matter what, you're definitely going to die. Duan Rulei's gaze went cold as he revealed his determination to kill Duan Lingtian. Then isn't it fine? I'll die if I regret it, and I'll die if I don't regret it. Then why should I regret it? Maybe I, Duan Lingtian, will have regrets in my life, and there will be moments of regret. But killing your son, Duan Lingxing, I've never regretted it. Not in the past, not now, and not in the future. Duan Lingtian's gaze was like a sword as he stared at Duan Rulei in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Good. Duan Rulei was so angry that he started laughing. As expected of Duan Rufing's son, you really do have the same demeanor as him. Subsequently, Duan Rulei's gaze sized Duan Lingtian up from top to bottom. I heard from my nephew that your cultivation has already stepped into the origin core stage. If I'm not wrong, you seem to be only 18 today. An 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist, in terms of natural talent, you're simply even more monstrous and heaven-defying than your father all those years ago. But unfortunately, you're going to die here today. Obviously, Duan Rulei had also learned of what had happened in Paladin Academy this morning from Duan Rong. Duan Lingtian, with a cultivation at the origin core stage, defeated the former number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing. An 18-year-old Yuan Dan stage martial artist? The azure-clothed old man by Duan Rulei's side spoke with a slightly hoarse voice, and his eyes flickered with a strange sheen. Not to mention the Crimson Sky Kingdom, even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's younger generation, such natural talent would probably be considered to be at the top. What a pity. However, being able to kill such a monstrous genius in my lifetime can also be considered to be good fortune. The corners of the azure-clothed old man's mouth gradually curled into a wisp of coldness. Traces of a strange aura extended out from his body. This aura was noticed by Duan Lingtian's acute spiritual force at the first possible moment, causing his eyes to focus once again. Half-step void stage. Now, he could finally completely confirm that the old man before him was a half-step void stage expert. You know of the half-step void stage? The azure-clothed old man was slightly surprised when he heard Duan Lingtian, and his pair of strange eyes flickered with a sheen of ridicule. Looks like you're not simple, kid. Right, being able to control 2 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists, I presume you have some ability. Since when did an existence at the half-step void stage become someone's lackey? Moreover, you're even a lackey for a cripple at the 9th level of the body tempering stage. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a cold smile as he ridiculed. The azure-clothed old man didn't have any reaction, but Duan Rulei's expression had already greatly changed. Duan Rulei, don't speak irresponsibly and sow discord between me and Elder Ku. Elder Ku is my honored guest, and I've always treated him like an elder. Kid, no matter how much you speak, it's still a waste of time. If I were you, I might kneel down and beg for mercy, and kowtow a few times to the second master. Maybe the second master's mood will improve and he'll leave you with an intact corpse. The azure-clothed old man wasn't ashamed or angry, and his voice was calm, yet it contained a breathtaking coldness. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into the judge of life and death, and Duan Lingtian was only a mortal waiting for his judgment. Kneel down and beg for mercy, an intact corpse? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a cold smile, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Rulei. You want me to kowtow and beg for mercy? Old man, are you so old that even your brain isn't working properly? Can a cripple like him bear it? Is a cripple like him worthy? Duan Lingtian. Duan Rulei's face was crimson red as he burst into rage. In these past few years, although he didn't have his cultivation, his status in the Duan clan was still important. Who would dare directly call him a cripple in front of him? Now this Duan Lingtian repeatedly called him a cripple, and it had completely infuriated him. Elder Ku, I'll be troubling you. Duan Rulei took a deep breath as killing intent flashed within his eyes. He looked at the azure-clothed old man beside him, and he didn't plan to waste his breath on Duan Lingtian any longer. Xing, father is about to take revenge for you. Duan Rulei's icy cold gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, as if he'd already seen the scene of Duan Lingtian violently dying on the spot. The three of you deal with these two 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artists. I'll deal with this kid myself, an 18-year-old nascent soul stage martial artist. Kid, I'll always remember you in this lifetime. You'll be the first peerless genius to die at my hands. The azure-clothed old man's expression was extremely gloomy as he ordered the 3 old men that surrounded Duan Lingtian, Zhang Qian, and Zhao Gang. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and it was filled with ridicule. Yes, the 3 old men were extremely respectful and reverent to the azure-clothed old man, and when they heard the order, their figures moved and instantly pounced toward Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang's gazes focused, and they could only battle with these 3 evenly matched enemies. After all, their opponents had more people, and they quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. The azure-clothed old man slowly walked out towards Duan Lingtian. Kid, you're going to die soon. Could it be that you're not afraid? Every step the azure-clothed old man took, the sheen of ridicule that was mixed within his eyes grew deeper. If I was afraid, could it be that you would let me live? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the azure-clothed old man as if he was looking at an idiot. You're courting death. Noticing Duan Lingtian's unusual gaze, the azure-clothed old man's face went grim. He flew into a rage out of humiliation, and killing intent that covered the heavens and covered the earth rose up from his body. This Duan Lingtian actually dares to infuriate Elder Ku. The corners of Duan Rulei's mouth curled into a cold smile when he saw this scene. Old fellow, could it be that you really think you can kill me? Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm as he looked at the azure-clothed old man who was enraged to the extreme and intended to attack him. Stop trying to be mysterious. The azure-clothed old man had a face of disdain as his figure flashed and walked out. Just at this critical moment, Yi Zichen was stunned. Duan Lingtian's feet trembled as his origin energy skyrocketed, and he swiftly flashed backwards as he shouted explosively. Uncle Nya, do you still intend to continue watching the show? The azure-clothed old man was stunned and stopped his footsteps. On the other hand, Duan Rulei couldn't help but frown. Kid, I originally wanted to make you suffer a bit more so that you wouldn't dare act rashly in the future. But I never imagined that I would actually be discovered by you. Accompanied by a somewhat helpless hearty laugh, a figure flashed in from outside the house and lightly descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him. This was a middle-aged man, and his entire body emitted a peerlessly overbearing aura. It was precisely the divine might Markinuan. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth slightly curled into a faint smile. Not long after Duan Roulet and the azure-clothed old man appeared, he'd noticed Nie Yuan, who was concealed at the side. This was also the reason why he was able to maintain a carefree expression from beginning to end. He knew clearly in his heart that with Nie Yuan present, he wouldn't die. General. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang pulled apart the distance between them and their three opponents before looking at Nie Yuan and respectfully bowing. Divine Might Marquis. Duan Roulet's face went grim. He knew of the friendship between Duan Lingtian's father, Duan Ruffing, and this Divine Might Marquis. For a moment, a bad premonition arose within his heart. But in next to no time he caught his breath. The Divine Might Marquis was in existence at the half-step void stage, and his strength was similar to Elder Ku. Their side still had a steady chance of victory. You're the Divine Might Marquis? The azure-clothed old man's gaze descended onto Nie Yuan, and it faintly contained a trace of wickedness. I've long since heard that the Divine Might Marquis Nie Yuan has a shocking strength and is in existence at the half-step void stage. Today, this old man will seek guidance from the Divine Might Marquis. Nie Yuan glanced indifferently at the old man. If you want to seek guidance from me, I'll naturally accompany you. But unfortunately, your opponent today isn't me. As soon as Nie Yuan finished speaking, he moved. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian only felt a flash before his eyes, and Nie Yuan vanished on the spot. In the next moment, bang, bang, bang. Those 3 7th-level nascent soul stage existences were all dead. Duan Lingtian's pupils couldn't help but constrict as he gazed at Nie Yuan, who seemed to have returned to his original spot in an instant, and his heart trembled. Just based on the ability Nie Yuan executed earlier, he was obviously only a step away from the true void stage. Looks like this Uncle Nie of his had extremely high natural talent in the martial Dao. You have already arrived at the final step? The azure-clothed old man was originally puzzled by what Nie Yuan said earlier, but now that he saw the ability Nie Yuan executed, his face went pale. Even if it was the half-step void stage, there was more or less a difference in strength. Compared to him, Nie Yuan had undoubtedly walked further, and was only a step away from reaching the true void stage, the void prying stage. Whoosh! Practically at the same time that the azure-clothed old man's face went pale, a figure silently sneaked in and descended beside Nie Yuan. The person that arrived had a tall figure, wore black clothes, and his face was covered by a Ghost King mask, causing his appearance to be unable to be seen clearly. Duan Lingtian's face slightly went pale. He was actually unable to notice the existence of this person in the slightest. There was only one possibility. This person was a void prying stage expert, a true emptiness realm expert. In the next moment, a scene that caused Duan Lingtian to be even more astonished appeared. The old man that was baring his fangs and brandishing his claws a moment ago had a ghastly pale expression the instant the ghost-masked man appeared, and he even directly knelt on the ground with a thump as he shivered. Leader. Chapter 189. Before the masked man, the old man didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Perhaps, as far as the old man was concerned, any resistance was futile before the masked man, and kneeling down and begging for mercy might give him a way out. The masked man moved and slightly extended his right hand. But right at this instant, terrifying origin energy raged on the masked man's right hand before condensing together. OM. A saber light condensed from origin energy carried along a mysterious and terrifying aura as it lightly trembled, and before the old man could react, it slashed past the old man's neck. The old man who was still trembling a moment ago was instantly split into two, and his blood dyed the ground as if transforming into a stream. A half-step void stage expert died just like that? A feeling of unreality arose within Duan Lingtian's heart, and he only returned to his senses when the masked man's figure moved and instantly vanished before his eyes. If it wasn't for the old man's corpse being right before his eyes, he would even suspect that the masked man had never appeared. The azure-clothed old man was an expert that had stepped into the half-step void stage at any rate, but before the masked man, he was like paper. You deal with the rest yourself. Nie Yuan's voice entered into Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian's eyes flickered with a fierce light when he heard what Nie Yuan said. and his icy cold gaze descended onto the distant Duan Roulet, who had long since been scared silly. Duan Roulet's face was ghastly pale, but he didn't flee. Even if he wanted to flee, with his mere cultivation at the 9th level of the body tempering stage, he wouldn't be able to flee far. Amongst the people present, even the weakest, Duan Lingtian, would be able to easily catch up to him. Spirit Serpent Movement Technique. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as if transforming into a spirit serpent, and he instantly flashed before Duan Roulet. Duan Roulet seemed to have realized that a great calamity was about to befall him, so he simply threw caution to the wind, and his gaze was vicious. Duan Lingtian, consider yourself lucky that the Divine Might Marquis is helping you. But, even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. I wasn't even afraid of you when you were still human. No wonder I'd be afraid of you after you become a ghost? Duan Lingtian was amused. Because of the appearance of the ghost-masked man, Duan Lingtian, whose mood was slightly depressed, didn't waste words with Duan Roulet. The violet myrtle flexible sword swept out and directly ended Duan Roulet's life. At the same time, he put away Duan Roulet's spatial ring. It could be imagined that as a person who controlled more than half of the Duan clan's businesses, the wealth on Duan Roulet's body would surely be extremely considerable. Uncle Nya, who was that? Duan Lingtian put Duan Roulet's spatial ring into his own spatial ring. He didn't even have time to claim ownership before his gaze fell on Nye Yuan, who wasn't far away. He could tell that this Uncle Nya should know of that person's existence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said those words to the old man in green. It's a pity that your opponent today is not me. These words were enough to show that Nye Yuan recognized the masked man. He is a very scary person. A hint of fear appeared on Nye Yuan's face. Not your friend, Uncle Nye? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Nye Yuan laughed bitterly. Of course not. Perhaps I, the Divine Might Marquis, am high and mighty in the eyes of others, but in his eyes I'm nothing. I just happened to encounter him when I hurried over. His purpose for coming here is to punish this traitor. As Nye Yuan spoke, he looked at the green-clothed old man whose head had been separated from his body. Traitor? This old man whose cultivation had stepped into the half-step void stage was actually once the subordinate of the masked man? In next to no time, Duan Lingtian came to an understanding. That masked man was a true void stage expert after all. It wasn't surprising that he had such a subordinate. Uncle Nya, according to my knowledge, there are 3 true void stage experts in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Besides the one in the Imperial family and Grandpa Nya, there seems to be only that one from Ghastly Shadow. Could it be that the person from before was? Duan Lingtian looked at Nye Yuan, as if wanting to discern the answer from his face. Nye Yuan lightly smiled but didn't express his opinion. His figure flashed as he directly flew away. You two help this kid clean up this place properly. Duan Roulet is the Duan clan's second master after all. It's best if the Duan clan doesn't find out about you two. Yes, General. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had respectful expressions as they sent Nye Yuan off with their gazes. So mysterious? Duan Lingtian shook his head, then didn't think any further. In any case, whether that person was the void stage expert from Ghastly Shadow or not wasn't related to him in the slightest. Duan Lingtian slowly walked out and took the spatial rings of the green-clothed old man and the other 3 old men one by one. Subsequently, with the help of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, he first cremated the corpses of the old men, then burned down the entire courtyard house with fire flames soared into the sky, as if a raging inferno was burning the city. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 instead walked out from within the scorching flames and slowly disappeared at the end of the street. At this moment, they were able to hear the waves of exclamations that sounded out from behind them. The matter had finally been resolved. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief. But when he thought of what happened today, he still had a slight lingering fear in his heart. If it wasn't for Uncle Nye's timely appearance, he would probably be dead by now. He didn't think that the ghost-masked man would save him. Perhaps in the eyes of the ghost-masked man, any life was like grass, not worth mentioning. After returning to his own courtyard house, Duan Lingtian entered his room and fell into a deep sleep. And right at this moment, the entire Duan clan was completely stirred. The second master, Duan Roulet, who played an important role in the Duan clan and controlled most of the businesses, was burned to death by raging inferno in a single night, and his courtyard house in the inner city was reduced to ashes along with it. Within the audience hall of the Duan clan estate, Patriarch Duan Ruhua's face was gloomy, and his gaze was like lightning. Second brother is gone just like that. No matter who did it, even if my Duan clan has to dig 3 feet into the ground, we'll still find him and burn his bones to comfort second brother's soul in heaven. Patriarch is right. Second master's death is unclear, so this is how it should be. Most of the Duan clan elders present nodded in agreement. But, looking at their expressions, there were even more that didn't care. Perhaps, in their eyes, Duan Rulei was only a cripple in the end. Even to the extent that with Duan Rulei's death, the businesses that were originally under Duan Rulei's control would become vacant, and they would be able to get a share of the profits. To them, Duan Rulei's death was a good thing to a certain extent. Of course, they only dared to think like this in their hearts. The Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong, had a gloomy expression. It's really been troubled times recently. First, the Su clan had 2 direct descendant disciples successively die, and now second brother was burned to death for no reason. Could these 2 matters be related? Fourth master, you're too sensitive. According to my knowledge, the death of the 2 Su clan direct descendant disciples seems to be related to the Su clan's grand elder, Su Nan. Second master, however, has no relationship with Su Nan. A Duan clan elder shook his head as he slowly spoke. His words obtained the agreement of most of the people present. No matter if it's related or not, my Duan clan will surely investigate this matter to the end and return justice to second brother. Duan Ruhua's voice contained a breathtaking rage mixed within. Patriarch, there's one more thing. I heard my grandson say that early this morning at the site of Paladin Academy's martial arts practice grounds, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, relied on his cultivation at the Origin Core stage to defeat the former number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, Su Qing, in one go. An aged Duan clan elder suddenly spoke out. His grandson was also a student of Paladin Academy. What? Origin Core stage? Second elder, you're not joking, right? Duan Rufing's son has stepped into the Origin Core stage? Yes, second elder. According to my knowledge, Duan Lingtian seems to be only 18 years old today, right? Being able to cultivate to the 9th level of the core formation stage is already a monstrous talent, and seems to have surpassed Duan Rufing all those years ago. Origin Core stage, impossible. Throughout the history of our Crimson Sky Kingdom, there seems to have never been an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist. Even in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, an 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist is an absolute monstrous talent in the martial Dao, and is an existence that the various large sects fight for. I think it's impossible as well. The group of Duan clan elders didn't dare believe it, and they all shook their heads. Silence. Right at this moment, Patriarch Duan Ruhua spoke out, suppressing the clamorous discussions within the audience hall. I can testify to this matter, second elder isn't lying. Early this morning, Duan Rufing's son, Duan Lingtian, did indeed defeat Su Qing. At that time, he didn't use a spirit weapon, and he exerted the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. As soon as Duan Ruhua spoke, the audience hall went deathly silent. The people present didn't have any more doubts. Exerting the strength of 16 ancient mammoths without the use of a spirit weapon? So long as it was a normal martial artist, their first thought would be that an Origin Core stage martial artist held back. After all, a 9th level core formation martial artist would at most be able to exert the strength of 12 ancient mammoths without the use of a spirit weapon. Only an Origin Core stage martial artist would be able to exert the strength of 16 ancient mammoths. Patriarch, the old man that sat below Duan Ruhua, and hadn't spoken since the beginning, suddenly spoke. This old man had long snow-white hair and a pair of straight white eyebrows. Presently, his pair of muddy eyes seemed to have pushed aside the clouds and mist, emitting 2 dazzling lights. Along with the old man speaking, everyone in the audience hall, including Patriarch Duan Ruhua, respectfully looked at the old man. The old man was precisely the Duan clan's grand elder. Not only that, the old man had another identity. The previous generation's patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Zhen. Since that Duan Lingtian has such natural talent, we must use all means possible to make him return to the clan and acknowledge his ancestors. He has even more potential than Duan Ruffing all those years ago. In the future, the Crimson Sky Kingdom will surely be unable to trap him. Duanzhan slowly spoke, and a trace of burning desire flashed within his eyes. If he's able to be chosen by those top sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, with the generosity of those sects, even bestowing a Void Advancement Pill for Duan Lingtian isn't impossible. Void Advancement Pill. As soon as Duanzhan finished speaking, the audience hall went deathly silent. Only the sound of heavy breathing remained. Void Advancement Pill. They naturally knew what medicinal pill that was. Void Advancement Pill, a grade 5 medicinal pill that only a grade 5 alchemist could refine. Once a half-step void stage expert consumed it, there was a 50% chance of breaking through to the void prying stage within 3 days. There was a 30% chance of breaking through to the void prying stage within a month. Chapter 190. Even in the entire Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, a grade 5 alchemist was in existence that was rare like phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Besides the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's imperial family, the formidable powers that were capable of asking a grade 5 alchemist to help refine a grade 5 medicinal pill were only those top sects that stood at the peak of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. If it was said that in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great clans were in charge, then in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, beneath the imperial family, the various great sects were in charge. I heard that 30 years ago, a peerless genius had once appeared in the Yuanshan Kingdom's Yuan clan, and he stepped into the origin core stage at the mere age of 19. Later on, he went to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Snow Moon sect and became a disciple of the Snow Moon sect's Grand Elder. Because of this, the Yuan clan obtained a Void Advancement Pill and became a Void Prying Stage expert. A Duan clan elder couldn't help but sigh as he was reminded by Grand Elder Duanshan. I've heard of this as well. Another Duan clan elder nodded as well, and his gaze emitted slight burning desire. Void Prying Stage expert, to the Duan clan. This was extremely important. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were at least close to 100 existences at the half-step void stage when all the powers were added together. However, in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were only 3 true void stage experts. Wanting to step into the void prying stage was too difficult. Even if it was in existence at the half-step void stage, without a certain amount of natural talent, it would be impossible for them to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime until the end of their lifespan. In the history of the Duan clan, there were at least over 100 experts that stepped into the half-step void stage. However, not even a single void prying stage expert had appeared. That year, practically everyone in the Duan clan thought that Duan Ruffing would surely be able to break the Duan clan's history and become a void prying stage expert. At that time, Duan Ruffing could be considered to be the most genius disciple in the history of the Duan clan. But unfortunately, Duan Ruffing went missing in the end, and there was no news of him until now. As far as the Duan clan members were concerned, he was surely doomed. Whereas now Duan Rufing's son Duan Lingtian had appeared out of nowhere, entering the primal core stage at the mere age of 18. Such natural talent aroused the enthusiasm of the Duan clan's higher-ups for a moment. That year they looked forward to Duan Ruffing becoming a void prying stage expert and leading the Duan clan to a higher level. Now with the lesson of Duan Ruffing, they didn't look forward to Duan Lingtian becoming a void prying stage expert, as they weren't willing to wait any longer. They only hoped to make Duan Lingtian enter a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Then the Duan clan would have the opportunity to obtain a Void Advancement Pill. At that time, if a half-step void stage expert in the clan consumes it, the expert would be able to directly break through to the void prying stage. In this way, not only would they not repeat the same mistake as Duan Ruffing, they could also allow a void prying stage powerhouse to appear in the Duan clan within a short period of time. Patriarch, I agree with what the Grand Elder said. No matter what price we have to pay, we must make Duan Lingtian acknowledge his ancestors and return to the clan. We must make him join a top sect in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, and strive for a Void Advancement Pill for our Duan clan. I also agree with Great Elder. I agree too. When they thought of how a Void Prying Stage expert might appear in the Duan clan because of this, the Duan clan elders present were extremely excited. Duan Ruhong slightly frowned. He felt slightly disgusted by this decision. Since when did the Duan clan reach the point of needing to make use of a child? Grand Elder. Patriarch Duan Ruhua looked at Duan Zhan, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. It's not that our Duan clan hasn't thought of making Duan Lingtian return to acknowledge his ancestors, but he's always been unwilling. As far as I'm concerned, that child has inherited third brother's temper, and will absolutely not easily change his mind. I've said it before, we can pay any price for this, so long as it's something the Duan clan can do. Duan Zhan's eyes were like a dazzling array of stars as he slowly spoke. Duan Ruhua secretly gasped when he heard this, as he could feel the weight of the Grand Elder's words. And it was at this moment that the servant girl that had just finished pouring tea for the Duan clan higher-ups in the audience hall left the audience hall and walked into a spacious courtyard. Within the courtyard, the fat woman's small eyes narrowed after she finished listening to the servant girl, and a cold light flashed within. My husband just died, and the Duan clan wants the murderer of my son to return to acknowledge his ancestors? And they don't hesitate to pay any price to make him return? The fat woman's entire body trembled as she was enraged to the limit. I can't stay in this Duan clan any longer. That useless trash Duan Roulette is dead as well. And I'm unable to take revenge for my son. Mother's home. I want to return to my mother's home. I'll take revenge for my son by myself. The fat woman packed herself up that night, and at dawn the next day, she hastily left the imperial city. Paladin Academy. Early in the morning, Duan Lingtian had only just entered the entrance when he noticed that the students he encountered on the way were more or less all staring at him with peculiar gazes. Duan Lingtian laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Looks like after the disturbance yesterday morning, he won't be able to have peace for a period of time. Fortunately, after a period of time, he would be temporarily leaving Paladin Academy and heading to the northwest border battlefield. When he passed by the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he noticed that not far away, there were 3 female students confronting each other. Accurately speaking, it was 2 female students who had joined forces to bully another female student. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the beautiful face of the lone and helpless female student. Although she couldn't be considered to be a beauty, her appearance could still be considered delicate. Originally, he didn't intend to interfere in this matter. I heard that you've made Duan Lingtian your idol, right? One of the 2 female students who had their backs facing Duan Lingtian waved the black whip in her hand as she used a condescending tone to ask the delicate female student, Tong Li. Duan Lingtian recognized the owner of the voice, and his eyes went cold. As the saying goes, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Today, he could be considered to have completely experienced the meaning of these words. Duan Lingtian stopped his footsteps. His eyes slightly narrowed as he paid attention to the development of the matter. What's wrong with me making Duan Lingtian my idol? I just admire him and like him. What's wrong with that? Am I obstructing all of you? The delicate female student's face flushed red as she spoke. I don't care if you admire others, like others, or make others your idol. But Duan Lingtian is my absolutely irreconcilable enemy. Whoever dares to make him their idol is going against me, Tong Li. Tong Li's voice was incomparably cold and indifferent, as if she was suppressing the extreme rage in her heart. Little bitch, do you know Miss Li's identity? Miss Li is the cousin of the 5th prince. She's not someone a lowly commoner like you can offend. Quickly kneel down, kowtow and apologize, then shout Duan Lingtian is a bastard 100 times. Perhaps Miss Li will be merciful and let you off. The female student beside Tong Li had her hands on her hips as she stretched out her hand to point at the delicate female student's nose as she intimidated her. You all. The delicate female student was angered to the point her breathing became hurried. We what? I'll give you 3 breaths of time. If you still don't kneel down and shout, Duan Lingtian is a bastard, I'll immediately slap your face into pieces. Tong Li waved the black whip in her hand, as if it would swing out at any moment. The delicate female student's face turned pale as her body trembled slightly, but she still clenched her teeth, unwilling to submit. Duan Lingtian's face sank as he walked over. He finally couldn't continue watching. Although he didn't know this female student, she was bullied by Tong Li and her companion because of him after all. No matter what, since this matter was seen by her, she couldn't avoid getting involved. As Duan Lingtian approached, the delicate female student's eyes lit up, revealing a face of worship. 3 breaths have passed. Looks like you're still stubborn. Tongli didn't notice the delicate female student's expression. Her gaze turned cold as the black whip in her hand danced, as if it had transformed into a black venomous snake, biting towards the delicate female student. Because the delicate female student saw Duan Lingtian, she was slightly distracted and had no time to react to Tong Li's whip. In an instant her expression changed as she was scared stiff as a wooden chicken, subconsciously closing her eyes. Very quickly, she felt a gust of wind blowing against her face. She originally thought that pain would follow, but who knew that following a paw sound, there was no more following. She opened her eyes and realized that there was an additional youth in purple in front of her. The youth in purple had his back facing her as he used his hand to catch the long whip that was thrown towards him. In an instant, her cheeks flushed red as she felt her heart beating faster. You! When Tongli saw that someone dared to stop her from teaching others a lesson, her expression changed and was prepared to berate. But before she could open her mouth, she was completely stunned. Because the person who stopped her was none other than that Duan Lingtian whom she hated to the bone. What about me? Duan Lingtian's gaze turned cold as he used his strength to snatch the black whip from Tong Li's hand. Miss Tong, I realize that as long as you don't flaunt your prowess for a day, you'll feel uncomfortable for a day. I wonder how this student has offended you. Tong Li's face was ashen as she shouted coldly. What has it got to do with you? What has it got to do with me? Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as his gaze quickly moved from Tong Li to that female student beside Tong Li. Earlier, you told this student to kneel on the ground and shout 100 sentences? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you clearly earlier. This female student's expression changed greatly. She dared to do that earlier because Tong Li was standing by her side to support her. But now how could she dare to continue saying? What kind of joke was this? This Duan Lingtian had previously beaten Tong Li into a pig head, right in front of her. She didn't doubt in the slightest that if she dared to repeat what she said earlier, Duan Lingtian would definitely beat her into a pig head as well. I didn't say anything. The female student's face was deathly pale as her body trembled slightly as she lowered her head, not daring to meet Duan Lingtian's gaze. Weren't you quite awe-inspiring earlier? Duan Lingtian sneered as his eyes focused and shouted coldly, kneel down. Duan Lingtian no longer treated this female student, who was like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, as a woman. Don't you always ask people to kneel down? Now I'll make you kneel down. Chapter 191. At this moment, many students had gathered around to watch the show. In next to no time, these students all knew the sequence of events. For a moment, their gazes towards Tong Li and the female student kneeling on the ground were filled with disdain and rage, without the slightest trace of pity. Compared to these foxes who relied on the tiger's might to intimidate others, they were more sympathetic towards the weak, like the delicate female student. As far as they were concerned, Tong Li was similarly relying on the tiger's might to intimidate others. The tiger behind Tong Li was the 5th prince, Duan Lingtian. Tong Li's expression was incomparably unsightly. Although she didn't care about the life and death of this follower by her side, but in the eyes of outsiders, this follower was one of hers. If a follower was humiliated, then she would naturally be humiliated as well. What? Miss Tong, do you have an objection to what I said? Duan Lingtian's icy cold eyes met with Tong Li's, causing Tong Li's gaze to flicker. She was extremely afraid that Duan Lingtian would once again beat her into a pig's head like last time. Humph! Duan Lingtian grunted coldly as he looked at the female student kneeling on the ground and said indifferently, now shout, Tong Li is a slut 100 times for me. I'll whip you for every time you shout one less time. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's words caused the gazes of the surrounding students to light up. Their gazes were filled with ridicule as they looked at the female student kneeling on the ground. As far as they were concerned, this female student was simply suffering the consequences of her own actions. The expression of the female student kneeling on the ground went grim as she raised her head to glance at Tong Li. When she noticed Tong Li was looking at her with a vicious gaze, she was terrified to the point her body trembled. But she still gritted her teeth and didn't dare shout out. Not shouting. Duan Lingtian's voice was cold and indifferent, as if it came from the depths of hell, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from his body and enveloped the female student. Instantly, the female student felt as if she was in an azure field, and terror rose from the bottom of her heart as she hurriedly said, I'll shout, I'll shout. You dare. Tong Li's expression went grim. She never imagined that this follower would really dare to shout, and she raised her hand to slap the female student. Whoosh! Right at this moment, the black whip in Duan Lingtian's hand swung out and directly descended onto Tong Li's arm. Pa! Along with Tong Li's miserable shriek, a pitch-black bruise appeared on the arm that she had retracted her hand from. You! Tong Li glared angrily at Duan Lingtian. Even though she had a bellyful of vicious words in her heart, she just didn't dare speak them out now. With two previous examples, she was very clear about the Duan Lingtian's temper. She knew that if she dared to say any more harsh words, this Duan Lingtian would definitely attack her. In order to avoid physical pain, she chose to endure. In the future, she would make Duan Lingtian pay for all of this. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. At this moment, the female student who was kneeling on the ground opened her mouth and started shouting again and again. After hearing this female student call him 20 to 30 times, Duan Lingtian yawned out of boredom. He looked at the delicate female student beside him and smiled. What's your name? The delicate female student's face was as red as an apple. She lowered her head and whispered, My name is Tanggua. Tanggua? This name suits you quite well. And I'm going to the classroom. Help me keep an eye on this place. If she doesn't follow my instructions and shout 100 times, and if this Tong Li dares to play any tricks, you can come find me in the Star Mastermind Department's first-year classroom. Duan Lingtian handed the black whip in his hand to Tanggua and smiled at her before leaving. Looking at Duan Lingtian's departing figure, Tanggua's heart was somewhat agitated. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. The voices that came from beside her ear made Tong Li's expression extremely ugly. She coldly shouted, He's already gone, why are you still shouting? Immediately, the voice of the female student who was kneeling on the ground stopped abruptly. She timidly looked at Tong Li. Miss Li, I didn't do it on purpose. Really? That Duan Lingtian is too scary. You mean that if he's scary then I'm not scary? Tong Li interrupted the female student's words. Her face sank and her eyes flashed with a sharp light. Before the female student could explain herself, she heard Tanggua say with a flushed face, You've only shouted 41 times, there's still 59 more. Hurry up and shout. The female student who was kneeling on the ground trembled. Only now did she realize that even though Duan Lingtian had left, he still left behind such a spokesperson. Thinking of Duan Lingtian's threat just now, she sucked in a breath of cold air and continued to shout, Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li is a slut. Tong Li's expression changed. She angrily glared at Tanggua. Little slut, do you not want to live anymore? Tanggua clenched her teeth. Her timid gaze gradually became firm. If you have any objections, you can go find Duan Lingtian. He asked me to help him keep an eye on him. Since I've agreed, I'll definitely complete this task properly. You. Tong Li reached out her hand and pointed at Tanggua's nose. She was so angry that her body started to tremble. Right now, she really wanted to strangle this woman to death. But when she thought of Duan Lingtian's words just now, she finally endured it. Humph! Tong Li coldly snorted. She turned around and left, but before she left, she didn't forget to threaten Tanggua. You're called Tanggua, right? I'll remember you. Tanggua clenched her teeth. Her slightly wavering gaze became firm once again when she thought of what the youth told her before he left. As far as she was concerned, Duan Lingtian trusted her so much, so she couldn't disappoint Duan Lingtian. To Duan Lingtian, what happened in the morning was only a small episode. Tanggua was also only a passerby in his life. A regular day passed by. At dusk, He Xiaoyu and Xiao Sun walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Just at this moment, a person walked out of a carriage that was parked outside as the coachman pulled open the carriage's curtain. Duan Lingtian frowned as he recognized the person. It was precisely the Duan clan's fourth master, Duan Ruhong. He didn't have a good impression of Duan Ruhong. He still remembered that when Duan Lingxing intended to kill him at the Li clan in Fresh Breeze Town, Duan Ruhong only berated Duan Lingxing before leaving the matter unsettled. Duan Ruhong seemed to have noticed Duan Lingtian's hostile gaze, and the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile as he said, Can you come up and say a few words? You two leave first, Duan Lingtian said to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before boarding the carriage. Within the carriage, Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian sat opposite each other, and Duan Ruhong indifferently said, "Speak frankly if you have something to say. If you're persuading me to return to the Duan clan, then please keep your mouth shut. I, Duan Lingtian, won't easily change the things I, Duan Lingtian, have decided on." When he saw Duan Ruhong earlier, he guessed Duan Ruhong's objective this time. It was surely because he revealed a strength that caused others to mistakenly think he was at the origin core stage yesterday morning, so the Duan clan wanted him to return and acknowledge his ancestors. After all, even in the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, an 18-year-old origin core stage martial artist was in existence that was rarely seen. Wait for me to finish speaking before making a decision. Duan Ruhong laughed bitterly. Speak. Duan Lingtian was slightly impatient. It's like this. The Grand Elder, who is our Duan clan's previous generation's patriarch, said that so long as you're willing to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors and admit that you're a Duan clan disciple, our Duan clan will satisfy any condition of yours, so long as it's something our Duan clan is capable of doing. Duan Ruhong took a deep breath as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian frowned. So good. Can agree to any condition of mine? However, Duan Lingtian understood that there was no free lunch in this world. The Duan clan is willing to pay so much, I presume they have some sort of scheme? I wonder what the Duan clan wants from me? Duan Ruhong glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, and suddenly felt that this youth before him was much more astute than his third brother, Duan Ruffing, from all those years ago. The Duan clan does indeed have a request, and the objective is the Void Advancement Pill. Void Advancement Pill? Duan Lingtian's pupils constricted. He who had merged with the memories of the Samsara Emperor Wu naturally knew what the Void Advancement Pill was. The Void Advancement Pill was a grade 5 medicinal pill that was capable of assisting a half-step void stage martial artist to draw down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation within a short period of time, and after overcoming the tribulation, the martial artist would step into the void prying stage. Normally speaking, only martial artists with natural talent that was difficult to break through to the void prying stage would consume the void prying pill. Because once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill and forcefully drew down the 6-9 heavenly tribulation, it would leave behind extremely obvious aftereffects. A martial artist that used the Void Advancement Pill to forcefully break through to the void prying stage would at most be able to cultivate to the 9th level of the void prying stage in their entire lifetime, and would be unable to break through any further. It could be said that once one consumed the Void Advancement Pill, it was equivalent to destroying one's future. At the very least, Duan Lingtian wouldn't consume the Void Advancement Pill even if he was beaten to death. However, to the group of half-step void stage martial artists in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, if they didn't possess the Void Advancement Pill, then more than 90% of them would be unable to break through to the void prying stage in their entire lifetime. So the Void Advancement Pill was their only choice. They would utterly not care about the aftereffects caused by the Void Advancement Pill. Even if it's only at the 9th level of the void prying stage, it's sufficient to run amok in the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Even that void prying stage expert of the Imperial family probably hasn't attained the 9th level of the void prying stage. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Duan Ruhong was shocked in his heart when he saw Duan Lingtian pondering. Could it be that this little fellow knows what the Void Advancement Pill is? After all, although the Void Advancement Pill couldn't be considered to be a secret, it wasn't something that anyone could know about. Void Advancement Pill. The Duan clan is truly scheming. Duan Lingtian sneered. However, why does the Duan clan think that I'll be able to bring them the Void Advancement Pill? Duan Ruhong's heart trembled. This little fellow really does know about the Void Advancement Pill. According to the Grand Elder's intentions, it's to let you enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. With your natural talent, you'll surely be able to make the higher-ups of the top sects think highly of you. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult for you to ask for a Void Advancement Pill for the Duan clan. Enter one of the top sects in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted, and a ridiculing smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Looks like the Duan clan has already remembered it well. Chapter 192. How about it? Have you considered it? Duan Ruhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with an expression of anticipation. If it was in the past, he would never have imagined that there would be a day when he would speak humbly before this nephew of his. However, Duan Lingtian had the qualifications now. After all, not everyone was able to possess a cultivation at the origin core stage at the age of 18. Although he felt that the clan using Duan Lingtian like this wasn't appropriate. But with a quick thought, if a void prying stage expert was able to appear in the Duan clan because of this, then he would undoubtedly be able to witness the moment the Duan clan walked towards glory. As a Duan clan disciple, he looked forward to the appearance of that moment. You can really agree to any condition of mine? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and stared fixedly at Duan Ruhong as he asked to confirm once again. So long as it's within the Duan clan's ability, we can agree to anything. Duan Ruhong's expression turned serious as he spoke. Even if I want you to die? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth held a smile as he suddenly asked. Duan Ruhong was stunned, but he still nodded in all seriousness. If I die, then I can exchange it for your return to the Duan clan. The clan doesn't have to make a move, I'll end myself. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Duan Ruhong. As the saying goes, a person's eyes are the window to their heart. A person's mouth can deceive others, but their eyes can't deceive others. Now Duan Lingtian couldn't see a trace of hypocrisy in Duan Ruhong's eyes. This also showed that what he said was from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The people of this world have really been thoroughly brainwashed. I'm just joking. Although I don't really approve of you, it hasn't reached the point of wanting your life. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently. There was no deep enmity between him and Duan Ruhong. Duan Ruhong heaved a sigh of relief. He really thought that Duan Lingtian wanted his life. However, if Duan Lingtian really wanted his life, then for the sake of the Duan clan's future, he would absolutely not live for a moment longer. Then do you agree now? Duan Ruhong asked again. When he saw Duan Lingtian's attitude, he suddenly felt that there was hope. As long as the Duan clan can keep their promise, so what if I return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors? In this way, one of my mother's wishes has been fulfilled. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he mumbled to himself. The Duan clan was undoubtedly a clan that placed benefits above everything else. Because he had value, they would give up everything for him. As far as Duan Lingtian was concerned, since it was like this, why not make good use of the Duan clan? Presently, no matter which aspect he was in, he was still in the initial stage. If he really had the assistance of the Duan clan, then many problems would be easily solved. Moreover, this way he could curry favor with his mother. Why wouldn't he do it? As for the void advancement pill that the Duan clan wanted, that was a matter for the future. There was no need to think about it now. Duan Ruhong had a delighted expression when he heard Duan Lingtian. Then when do you and your mother intend to arrive at the Duan clan? I can ask the patriarch to prepare a large courtyard for you. It will definitely be more comfortable than living outside. There's no need. We're living very well outside. Even if I really return to the Duan clan to acknowledge my ancestors and admit that I'm a member of the Duan clan, I still won't return to the Duan clan estate. I'll tell you this first. Duan Lingtian shook his head, and as he finished speaking, his expression became slightly serious. Duan Ruhong lightly smiled. This is naturally not a problem. Not all the direct descendant disciples of the Duan clan lived in the Duan clan estate, and many of them had their own residences outside. Just like him, he had a residence outside as well. As for when my mother and I will return to the Duan clan, the day after tomorrow, it just so happens that I don't have to go to class for the next 2 days. Duan Lingtian pondered for a moment before giving Duan Ruhong an answer. Alright, I'll send someone to pick you up at that time. Duan Ruhong's face revealed a smile. There's no need, we'll go over ourselves. At that time, don't let anyone refuse us outside the door. Duan Lingtian refused Duan Ruhong's good intentions, then stood up and directly got out of the carriage. This impetuous character is no different from third brother all those years ago. Looks like that matter from over 2 years ago has always caused him to take it to heart, and he's still so hostile towards me even now. However, since he agreed to return to acknowledge his ancestors, I can be considered to have smoothly completed my mission this time. Duan Ruhong muttered to himself as he shook his head and smiled. After Duan Lingtian returned home, he told his mother, Li Ro, about returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors. Tian, why did you suddenly change your mind? Although Li Ro was slightly surprised and pleasantly surprised, she still had doubts in her heart. She knew her son's character very well, and once he decided on something, he wouldn't easily change his mind. I've thought about it recently and figured it out. The blood of the Duan clan's direct descendant flows in my body after all, and it's impossible for me to not return to the Duan clan for my entire lifetime. Duan Lingtian spoke nonsense, so he naturally wouldn't speak of the truth of the matter. Otherwise, his mother would surely think too much again. Mother knows that the matter is surely not so simple. However, since you're willing to return to acknowledge your ancestors, it can be considered to have resolved one of Mother's worries. If you're unwilling to speak of other matters, then Mother won't force you. Li Ro glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian, as if she could see through his heart. Duan Lingtian laughed embarrassedly, and only now did he remember that his mother wasn't so easy to fool. The next day, Duan Lingtian, who didn't have to go to Paladin Academy, obediently stayed at home and accompanied the two little girls at home for an entire day. On the third day, early in the morning, Duan Lingtian asked Xiongquan to prepare a carriage, and he headed towards the Duan clan estate with his mother, Li Ro. Duan Lingtian didn't bring along the two little girls at home. To him, going to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors today was only a formality, and he would return very quickly. The Duan clan estate occupied a vast area, as if it was a city within a city. On the way, Mother, you seem to be slightly nervous. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Ro and smiled. You child, you actually dare to make fun of Mother. Mother is only slightly moved. You're already so old now, in other words, I've already left the Duan clan for many years. Li Ro's gaze was misty, as if she'd returned to the happy days before her husband went missing. In next to no time, the carriage under Xiongquan's control stopped before the entrance of the Duan clan estate. It's quite a show of extravagance. Duan Lingtian could vaguely see through the carriage window that a red carpet was laid out before the entrance of the Duan clan estate, and both sides of the red carpet were filled with servants and maids. Li Ro was slightly dumbstruck when she saw this scene. She suddenly realized that her son's decision to return to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors was probably not so simple. Young master, madam, we've arrived. Xiongquan's respectful voice sounded out. Duan Lingtian was the first to get off the carriage. Then he respectfully helped his mother down before supporting his mother to walk up the red carpet outside the Duan clan estate. Greetings, young master Lingtian. Greetings, madam. Meanwhile, the servants and maids on both sides of the red carpet respectfully bowed to the mother and son pair. Duan Lingtian raised his head, and was able to see that the group of people that were originally standing at the entrance of the Duan clan had come over to greet them. These people were led by a dignified middle-aged man and a dignified old man, and his fourth uncle, Duan Ruhong, followed behind them. Duan Lingtian supported his mother to greet them. Patriarch, big brother. Li Ro looked at the dignified old man in the lead and bowed respectfully. Then she looked at the dignified middle-aged man and lightly smiled as she greeted. Ru Feng's wife, I'm no longer the Duan clan's patriarch. Ru Hua is the patriarch. As for me, I'm now the Duan clan's grand elder. The dignified old man lightly smiled, and his tone was extremely courteous to Li Ro as well. He's the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, Duan Zhan? Duan Lingtian looked at the dignified old man and thought in his heart as he guessed the old man's identity. Li Ro shook her head and smiled. I've left for almost 20 years. I never imagined that the patriarch had already retired to the second line, and big brother has already become the patriarch. Tian, why aren't you greeting them? Li Ro's beautiful brows frowned as she spoke to Duan Lingtian, who was by her side. Greetings, patriarch, grand elder. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to Duan Ruhua and Duan Zhan. As expected of Ru Feng's son, he looks extremely similar to Ru Feng from all those years ago. Good, very good. Duan Zhan looked at Duan Lingtian as if he was looking at a treasure, and his eyes emitted light. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, the baby from all those years ago has already grown so big. Duan Ruhua nodded as well and lightly smiled to Duan Lingtian. Subsequently, the group of Duan clan elders came up to greet Duan Lingtian and his mother. These Duan clan elders now faced Duan Lingtian and his mother with smiling faces, and they didn't dare slight them in the slightest. Duan Lingtian sneered in his heart when he saw this scene. Truly snobbish. That year his mother, a woman, took him, who was in his infancy, and left the Duan clan. No one stopped them, and they allowed the widow and her to wander outside. Now that they knew that he might be able to obtain a void advancement pill for the Duan clan, all of them were like flies that stuck to him. Duan Lingtian only felt a wave of disgust in his heart. Before long, under the direction of Patriarch Duan Ruhua, Duan Lingtian completed the acknowledgement of his ancestors within the Duan clan's ancestral hall, and returned to the Duan clan once again. Little Tian, feel free to tell uncle if you need anything in the future. After everything was completed, Duan Ruhua said to Duan Lingtian. Thank you, Patriarch. Duan Lingtian hurriedly nodded. Also, you don't have to worry about the matter of the Su clan. The clan will help you deal with it. Duan Ruhua then said to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's gaze slightly flickered. This patriarch was a smart person. He knew that his mother was present, so he didn't mention the conflict between him and the Su clan in detail. However, even so, Li Ro was still suspicious. Tian, what happened between you and the Su clan? On the carriage, Li Ro curiously asked. Mom, it's nothing. A Su clan direct descendant provoked me in the academy, and was injured by me. Duan Lingtian casually said. Li Ro nodded as this wasn't a big deal. Chapter 193. Hey, brother, have you heard? That Duan Lingtian that gave rise to much discussion a while ago has already broken through to the origin core stage. I've heard of this news a few days ago. I have a distant cousin, and he's in Paladin Academy. Sorry for my disrespect. Brother, you're actually the cousin of a Paladin Academy student. You're welcome. Then brother, do you know that Duan Lingtian has already returned to the Duan clan early this morning? There's such a thing? Hehe. I have a distant cousin who's a servant girl in the Duan clan. Supposedly, it's a grand occasion. Didn't that Duan Lingtian refuse to return to the Duan clan in the past? That's old history. Let's not mention it. In a restaurant in the inner city of the Imperial City, two young men chatted and became familiar with each other. And now, similar conversations were playing out in the inner city of the Imperial City. Duan Lingtian stepped into the origin core stage at the age of 18, and was the publicly acknowledged #1 genius in Paladin Academy. Now, he had the title of a direct descendant of the Duan clan. In the eyes of the people in the Imperial City, Duan Lingtian was enough to be called a favored child of heaven, and his limelight even surpassed that of Duan Ruffing from all those years ago. Su clan estate. In the spacious courtyard, the old man raised his hand, and the stone table in the courtyard shattered with a bang and fell to the ground. Grandfather, what happened? A young man with a slightly sickly pale face walked out of the room and looked at the old man with a puzzled expression. Tong, why did you come out? Your injuries haven't healed, so you need to rest more. A trace of guilt flashed within the old man's eyes when he saw the young man. Grandpa, did something happen? Su Tong's face sank. Flowing light spun within the old man's eyes as he forced a smile. Nothing happened, don't think too much. Grand Elder. Right at this moment, the Su clan's patriarch, Su Boya, paid a visit. He walked into the courtyard and looked at the old man, the Su clan's Grand Elder, Su Nan. Patriarch. Su Nan and Su Tong hurriedly bowed to Su Boya. Grand Elder, I presume you've heard of the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, right? Su Boya looked at Su Nan and said slowly. Su Nan's face sank as he nodded. What? Su Tong's face went pale. That Duan Lingtian actually returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors? At this moment, he felt as if the sun and moon had lost their light, and all he could see was darkness 2 days ago. He'd heard the news of Duan Lingtian breaking through to the origin core stage, and at the same time that he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's peerless natural talent in the martial Dao, his heart was filled with resentment. He wished he could cut Duan Lingtian into 1,000 pieces. However, in his opinion, even if Duan Lingtian's martial arts talent was strong, he did not have a strong background. If his grandfather wanted to avenge him, it would not be difficult. But now, the news of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was undoubtedly like a bolt from the blue. striking Su Tong to the point he was unable to catch his breath. An 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist was nothing. If he couldn't grow up, then everything was useless. But once this 18-year-old Origin Core stage martial artist was branded with the Duan clan's brand, it would undoubtedly be an additional layer of life-saving talisman. The Duan clan would absolutely not allow anything to happen to a genius martial artist like Duan Lingtian. Grand Elder, the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, has already personally discussed the matter of Su Tong with me. He's willing to give up a restaurant under the Duan clan's control in the outer city to our Su clan. That restaurant will be handed over to you in the future, how about it? Su Boya looked at Su Nan as he slowly spoke. Patriarch, what does Duan Ruhua mean? Does he want us to put down the enmity between us and Duan Lingtian? Su Nan's face sank as he roared. Grand Elder. Su Boya frowned, and his voice became slightly colder. He was the patriarch of a clan at any rate, and this Grand Elder actually dared to make a fuss in front of him. Where would he put his face? Patriarch. Su Nan reacted and said apologetically, I was only angry earlier. I hope Patriarch can forgive me. Humph. Su Boya's cold and indifferent gaze swept past Su Nan. Grand Elder, besides informing your family to take over that restaurant, I also want to remind you of something. At the very least, don't look for trouble with that Duan Lingtian in the future. Otherwise, even if something were to happen to your family because of this, the clan wouldn't stand up for you. What? Su Nan's face went pale, and Su Tong, who was beside Su Nan, had a face full of resentment. The last sentence the patriarch said was undoubtedly expressing the Su clan's stand. What he meant was that if their family dared to look for trouble with Duan Lingtian, then they would be isolated from the Su clan. Patriarch, our family is a direct line of descent at any rate. You want to isolate our family for a Duan Lingtian? I wonder if this is the patriarch's idea, or the clan's idea. Su Nan's face was gloomy, and as he finished speaking, his tone faintly contained traces of questioning. Presumptuous. Su Boya's face went pale. Grand Elder, you actually dare go against your superiors. Right at this moment, another group of people surged in from outside the courtyard, and it was precisely the group of Su clan elders. All of you. A bad premonition arose within Su Nan's heart when he saw so many people appear at this moment. Grand Elder, you must not misunderstand the patriarch. What the patriarch said earlier was something that we unanimously approved of. The corners of the Su clan's second elder's mouth curled into a cold smile. Su Nan's face sank, and his gaze flashed past the faces of the Su clan elders one by one. Then he said in a low voice, what the Duan clan paid for my grandson shouldn't be as simple as a restaurant, right? Exactly. The restaurant in the outer city is only the compensation that the Duan clan gave to your bloodline. What the Duan clan gave to our Su clan as compensation is a recommendation quota to Paladin Academy every year. In other words, the Duan clan will give one of their 5 recommendation quotas to our Su clan. In this way, our Su clan will be the same as the Duan clan and have 4 recommendation quotas every year. The second elder didn't deny it and spoke directly. The Duan clan is really generous. Su Nan's face sank and went pale, and he finally understood what was going on. Patriarch, elders, if there's nothing else, then Su Nan won't be entertaining you. Su Nan took a deep breath, and his tone contained an intention to keep people at a distance of 1,000 miles. He understood that what was done couldn't be undone, and this matter was already not something that he could change. Su Boya's brows raised as he shook his head. Then he left with the group of Su clan elders. No, I can't accept this. Grandfather, I can't accept this. Su Tong's face was pale, and his hands held onto his head, clutching his hair until it was a mess. He ceaselessly shook his head, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Pooh. Meanwhile, Su Nan's face flushed red, and he forcefully spat out a mouthful of congested blood. This was from being angered by the Su clan higher-ups. Tong, don't worry. Even if I have to give up our bloodline, Grandfather will take revenge for you. You're the only descendant of our bloodline, and now that you've been destroyed, our bloodline no longer has any future to speak of. Su Nan's eyes flickered with cold lights, and his face was filled with viciousness and ruthlessness. Within the audience hall of the 5th prince's estate, after hearing the report of the white-browed old man, The fifth prince's face gradually became gloomy. Didn't that Duan Lingtian have a backbone? To a clan that abandoned him so many years ago. He's going back so easily? The fifth prince's eyes focused, as the matter of Duan Lingtian returning to the Duan clan was slightly out of his expectations. Your Highness, I'm guessing that the Duan clan saw that Duan Lingtian broke through to the origin core stage at the age of 18, and thought highly of Duan Lingtian's future. So they made such a heavy promise to move Duan Lingtian's heart. The white-browed old man slowly spoke. To think that I thought he was a tough nut to crack at the beginning. The fifth prince's voice was filled with disdain. Cousin. Right at this moment, a red figure flashed into the audience hall. The icy coldness on the fifth prince's face instantly melted, and he lightly smiled. Girl, you're in such a hurry. Is something the matter? The person that entered was precisely Tong Li. Tong Li's face sank. Cousin, I heard that Duan Lingtian has returned to the Duan clan. Is this true? Yes, I only found out about it from old Bai. The fifth prince nodded. Then, does this mean that I can't take revenge? Tong Li's eyes emitted traces of unwillingness, and she had a face full of unwillingness. Li, don't worry. Even if that Duan Lingtian has the support of the Duan clan, I won't let him off. But I need to consider this matter at length. The fifth prince continued. Didn't you say that there was a female student bullying you at Paladin Academy the day before yesterday? I'll ask old Bai to send a few people to you to deal with her. Tong Li's eyes lit up. Thank you, cousin. In the spacious backyard of the house, Duan Lingtian was comfortably lying on a recliner with his eyes closed as he basked in the sun. Li Fei, who had an angelic face and a devilish figure, was sitting at the side and helping him massage his legs. Little Fei, a little higher. Right there. Oh, comfortable. Duan Lingtian spat out a mouthful of foul air, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Young master, open your mouth. Kerr, who was gentle like water, sat on the other side of Duan Lingtian as she sent peeled grapes into Duan Lingtian's mouth. Duan Lingtian ate the grapes as he enjoyed the massage, and his entire body felt comfortable. His days were simply more comfortable than those of a celestial being. Young master, was it fun when you went to the Duan clan to acknowledge your ancestors this morning? Kerr asked with a tone that had a trace of curiosity mixed within. Duan Lingtian slowly opened his eyes when he heard this, and when he noticed that Li Fei had looked over as well, he lightly smiled. What's so fun about it? It's only a formality. I think Aunt Ro is rather happy. Li Fei smiled. Of course, Mother has been looking forward to this day for who knows how long. This time, it can be considered to have fulfilled Mother's wishes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Besides paving the way for himself, there was another reason for this matter this time, and that was for his mother. Otherwise, even if the Duan clan's patriarch personally came to ask, Duan Lingtian might not be willing to return to the Duan clan. Chapter 194. Early the next morning, Duan Lingtian walked out of his house and headed towards Paladin Academy. 2 days of vacation have passed so quickly. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he slowly walked into Paladin Academy. At this time he could still sense many gazes focused on him, but he was already used to it and directly ignored it. As soon as he entered the classroom, he noticed that the gazes of the crowd of students in the classroom had uniformly descended onto him. Duan Lingtian, congratulations. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian and congratulated him with a smile. Congratulations for what? Duan Lingtian was stunned and was unable to react. What else could it be? Naturally, it's congratulations on returning to the Duan clan and once again becoming a member of the Duan clan's direct line of descent. Xiao Yu added. He was happy for Duan Lingtian as well. After all, the situation that Duan Lingtian faced before this caused even their hearts to tremble. The fifth prince and the Su clan weren't easy to deal with, and now Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan. With Duan Lingtian's monstrous natural talent in the martial Dao, he would surely receive double the attention of the Duan clan. As far as he was concerned, even the fifth prince and the Su clan wouldn't dare act rashly now. So it's about this. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He didn't feel that this could be considered a happy occasion. However, he was able to see through Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's thoughts, and a trace of warmth couldn't help but arise in his heart. These are the friends of I Duanlingtan. The time of the morning quickly passed. At noon after class, Duanlingtian's group of 3 headed to the cafeteria as usual. Just as they arrived outside the cafeteria, Duanlingtian's group of 3 stopped in their tracks. It wasn't because of anything else but because there was a person blocking their path. It was a female student. Her appearance was ordinary, and her figure was round. But at this moment, what caused Duanlingtian's group of 3 to be stunned was that this female student's face had an expression of resentment. It was as if someone had wronged her. "Student, what are you doing?" Xiao Sun's face was full of doubt as he looked at Duanlingtian and Xiao Yu with a strange gaze. His heart moved. It can't be that these 2 fellows secretly owed a romantic debt, right? No, their tastes shouldn't be so unique. Duanlingtian and Xiao Yu's expressions were the same as Xiao Sun's, and even their thoughts were the same. Duanlingtian. Suddenly, the female student spoke, and her tone carried a trace of grief and indignation. Duanlingtian was stunned. Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu dubiously swept a glance at Duanlingtian with an expression that said, "You really do have a heavy taste." "I don't know her." Duanlingtian glared at the 2 of them. He naturally knew what these 2 filthy guys were thinking. "That's right. You don't know me." The female student took a deep breath and said with a look of grief and indignation, "Then you should know Tanggua, right?" "Tanggua?" Duanlingtian frowned. He felt that this name was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it for a while. The female student had a mocking expression. "It's only been 2 days and you've already forgotten her? To think that she endured the pressure and persevered to complete the task you entrusted to her. I really feel bad for Tanggua. Just to help you, she actually threw away her life." Duanlingtian recalled something when the female student was halfway through her sentence. Tanggua was the female student with a delicate face from last time. At that time Tanggua was being bullied by Tongli, and he helped Tanggua. Later he even gave Tongli a show of strength, making the female student beside Tongli kneel on the ground and shout, "Tongli is a slut." In the end, he felt bored and left first. Before leaving, he asked Tanggua to help monitor the female student until she shouted it 100 times. Now, after hearing the female student's grief and indignation, Duanlingtian's expression changed greatly. "What did you say? Tanggua died?" Duanlingtian's eyes instantly became bloodshot, and a terrifying killing intent extended from his body. The female student was so scared that her face was deathly pale. She gritted her teeth and nodded. "Yes. What the hell happened?" Duanlingtian took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. His expression was as heavy as water. "It's like this. Yesterday was the holidays, so Tanggua and I went out for a stroll. But halfway, Tongli brought people to capture us and brought us into a remote alley. Tanggua's hands were first chopped off by Tongli, then her legs were chopped off. After that, Tongli splashed water on Tanggua, who had fainted, to wake her up. She tortured Tanggua for half an hour and tortured Tanggua to death." The female student's face was deathly pale, her eyes filled with fear. She was scared silly yesterday. Even after returning to Paladin Academy, she was still in a daze and didn't sleep for an entire night. Duanlingtian's expression was gloomy. He didn't expect that one of his decisions would actually ruin Tanggua's life. A trace of regret arose in his heart. He shouldn't have asked Tanggua to help him. Otherwise, Tongli wouldn't have transferred her rage onto her. "Tongli!" Duanlingtian's eyes were crimson red, and the killing intent on his body swept out without holding back. Instantly, with Duanlingtian as the center, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun couldn't help but retreat, and they looked at Duanlingtian with a terrified expression. As for the female student, she'd long since been scared to the point of retreating into the distance. Duanlingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had worried expressions. Although they didn't know who that Tanggua was, they guessed that Duanlingtian and that Tanggua ought to have some sort of relationship. And now that Tanggua was killed by Tongli, Duanlingtian's eyes emitted a crimson red color, and his entire body stood there as if he'd transformed into a bloodthirsty Azura. At this moment, many students surrounded them. "Isn't that Duanlingtian? He seems to be very furious. Isn't that female student Tanggua's friend? Looks like Duanlingtian is angry because of Tanggua." "Who's Tanggua?" The crowd of students that surrounded them discussed animatedly, and there was no lack of people that knew the ins and outs of the matter. So in that case, Tang Gua left yesterday and never returned? There's a 90% chance she was killed by Tong Li's revenge. Some of the students secretly guessed, and traces of coldness arose in their hearts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun finally understood the ins and outs of the matter from the discussions of these people, so that's how it was. They finally understood why Duan Lingtian was so angry. Who knows where Tong Li is right now? Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes swept over the crowd of students present, and his voice was cold and indifferent, mixed with a breathtaking coldness. At this instant, the students present felt a chill run down their backs, and their hearts went cold. Duan Lingtian, what happened? Right at this moment Tian Hu arrived as well, and he couldn't help but be stunned when he saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. Very quickly Tian Hu also found out the ins and outs of the matter from Xiao Sun, and he flew into a rage. That Tong Li is simply a crazy woman. No, she's simply worse than a beast. How painful that Tang Gua must have been before she died. At this moment, the expressions of the surrounding crowd of students changed one after another. When Xiao Sun narrated the ins and outs of the matter to Tian Hu, he didn't intentionally suppress his voice, so practically everyone present heard it. Tang Gua was actually tortured to death by 1,000 cuts by that Tong Li? Many of the surrounding female students had pale faces. Some of the female students that had just finished eating and walked out of the cafeteria even vomited out all the food they had just eaten. If I see that crazy woman, Tong Li, I don't care if she's the cousin of the 5th prince. I'll slap her a few times first. Tian Hu's expression was unsightly as he was filled with righteous indignation. Although Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu didn't speak, their eyes also revealed traces of coldness. That Tong Li was too vicious. Who said he's going to slap me? Right at this moment, an indifferent woman's voice sounded out from behind the surrounding crowd of spectators. The crowd moved aside to form a path. Tong Li, who was dressed in red, could be vaguely seen walking over shoulder to shoulder with a young man around the age of 25. The young man was dressed in green and had an ordinary appearance. On his waist hung a sheathed curved saber, and his body faintly emitted a murderous aura. Obviously, he had received special training. Isn't this Xuelang? Many students couldn't help but exclaim in low voices when they saw this young man. Xuelang. Tian Hu's face went grim, as he never imagined that Tong Li would walk together with this Xuelang. Xuelang, Paladin Academy's 6th-year student, 2nd-level Origin Core stage martial artist. In terms of natural talent, this Xuelang was only slightly inferior to Su Tong, whose Dantian was crippled by Duan Lingtian. Tian Hu calmed down in his heart when he thought of Su Tong. Duan Lingtian wasn't even afraid of Su Tong and directly crippled him. Would he be afraid of this Xuelang? Tong Li. Duan Lingtian's crimson-red eyes descended onto Tong Li, and a terrifying killing intent swept out from Duan Lingtian's body to envelop Tong Li. The face of Tong Li, who was still holding her head high a moment ago, instantly went ghastly pale, and her body even shivered. Humph! Whereas Xuelang, who stood by Tong Li's side, instead snorted coldly and stood before Tong Li, blocking the killing intent that covered the sky for Tong Li, replacing Tong Li, and being enveloped by the killing intent caused Xuelang's pupils to constrict. What terrifying killing intent! You're Duan Lingtian? Xuelang's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. K off. Duan Lingtian's eyes emitted cold lights when he saw Xuelang stand out, and he shouted coldly, "You asked me to K off?" When Xuelang heard Duan Lingtian's words, it was as if he'd heard an enormous joke. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Dao is formidable, and now that you've returned to the Duan clan, you're valued highly by the Duan clan. But even so, there are some people in the imperial city that you can't afford to offend. As he finished speaking, Xuelang's face was filled with arrogance and complacency. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Xuelang. I don't know about others, but Duan Lingtian, don't take you seriously. Being provoked by Duan Lingtian in public caused Xuelang's face to go pale. Duan Lingtian. Meanwhile, Tong Li, who stood behind Xuelang, spoke out with a voice that contained a trace of icy coldness. Big brother Xuelang is the only son of the Imperial City's City Guard Army commander, Lord Xuelu. Not to mention you, Even your Duan clan's patriarch has to treat big brother Xuelang's father with respect. Is that so? Chapter 195. Although Duan Lingtian was laughing now, the people present were able to feel the boundless rage contained within Duan Lingtian's laughter. Exactly, big brother Xuelang is my backer. How about it? Scared? Tongli replied coldly. At this moment, she wasn't afraid of Duan Lingtian in the slightest. Xuelang was introduced to her by her cousin, the fifth prince, yesterday. His purpose was to allow her to have a backer in Paladin Academy, and be able to be fearless of this Duan Lingtian. And Xuelang indeed didn't disappoint her. Every time she mentioned Duan Lingtian, Xuelang had a face full of disdain, and didn't take Duan Lingtian seriously at all. This caused her to feel that her backer was very strong, and was absolutely not someone that Duan Lingtian could shake. Looks like, Miss Tong, you're going to learn your lesson this time. Duan Lingtian's crimson red eyes abruptly went cold. Duan Lingtian, I know you've broken through to the Origin Core stage now, but so what if you've broken through to the Origin Core stage? Big brother Xuelang is a second-level Origin Core stage expert. Tongli grunted, and her words were filled with extreme disdain towards Duan Lingtian. When Xuelang heard what Tongli said, his originally arrogant expression became even more arrogant, and his eyes looked down at Duan Lingtian in a condescending manner. Duan Lingtian, I heard from Little Li that you've beaten her before? Exactly. Duan Lingtian's eyes went slightly cold, and the gaze he looked at Xuelang didn't carry any emotion. When Xuelang heard Duan Lingtian's casual reply, he couldn't maintain his composure and berated. Kneel down now and kowtow to Little Li in apology. Perhaps I'll give face to the Duan clan and not pursue the matter. Otherwise, even if you're a direct descendant of the Duan clan, I'll still properly teach you how to conduct yourself today. Kowtow and apologize? Are you sure? Duan Lingtian's voice sank, and instantly, the air seemed to be affected by him and became slightly colder. Kneel down. Xuelang glared at him and shouted coldly. At the same time, origin energy slowly effused out from Xuelang's right hand, coiling and flashing. It was as if he could attack Duan Lingtian at any time. So what if I don't? Duan Lingtian revealed a mocking expression as he glanced at Xuelang with disdain. Making people kneel at every turn. Does this Xuelang really think that he's the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom? Not to mention a mere Xuelang. Even if the emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom personally came, it would still be impossible for him to make Duan Lingtian kneel. Not kneeling? Then I can only help the Duan clan teach you how to conduct yourself properly. Xuelang sneered and took a step forward. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of my sight right now. Otherwise, even if you're the son of the city guard commander, I won't show you any mercy. Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with a cold light as he stared at Xuelang. If this Xuelang doesn't know how to retreat in the face of difficulties, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Tangua's death caused the flames of rage in Duan Lingtian's heart to burn and accumulate to the limit. Now it was already showing signs of being unable to be suppressed. He was ready to erupt at any moment. If this Xuelang really wanted to bump into the muzzle of a gun, then he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Let me see how you'll show no mercy. The sneer on Xuelang's face grew even deeper, and the gaze he looked at Duan Lingtian with was filled with disdain. Big brother Xuelang, I want him dead. Tong Li's voice sounded out in a timely manner, as if transforming into a fuse. Instantly, Xuelang's spirits rose, and his gaze went cold. His figure flashed out as if transforming into a rock as he swooped down, flashing directly towards Duan Lingtian. He had the intention to show off in front of Tong Li, so he used his full strength the moment he attacked. Above him, 30 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form, and along with his figure, they dashed out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky. Idiot! When faced with the menacing Xuelang, Duan Lingtian's gaze went cold, and his hand moved past his waist as the violet myrtle flexible sword flashed out. Blood Crescent inscription. Instantly, a bloody light flashed out from the body of the violet myrtle flexible sword. The bloody light condensed into form, and in the end transformed into a blood moon that moved to greet Xuelang. The speed of the blood moon was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived before Xuelang. No! Shui Lang's face that was originally covered in a sneer instantly turned ghastly pale, and his pupils constricted as he shouted out in shock. At this moment, he'd noticed that the energy contained within this blood moon was absolutely not something he could go against. This was the energy of an inscription, and it caused his heart to palpitate and feel terrified. It's an offensive inscription. Some students with sharp gazes couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Pooh! A blood moon rose into the sky and flashed out, and like cutting through tofu, it pierced into Shui Lang's dantian and directly twisted into it. H! Accompanied by a shrill and miserable cry that caused one's heart to palpitate, Shui Lang's body that was charging forward trembled in the sky before falling straight down. Bang! Dust suffused the air. Shui Lang, who was still overbearing a moment ago, instantly seemed to have become a dead dog, lying there as he gasped for breath. He struggled to withdraw a gold injury pill and consumed it, and his expression eased up slightly. However, when he tried to sense the origin energy within his dantian, he instead noticed that his dantian was completely empty. My dantian is destroyed? Shui Lang's pupils constricted, and he had an agitated expression as he looked at Duan Lingtian and shouted out coldly. Duan Lingtian, you actually crippled my dantian, you actually crippled my dantian. You're dead, you're dead. Then I'll wait and see. When faced with Shui Lang's threat, Duan Lingtian's gaze was calm, as if what happened earlier wasn't worth mentioning in the slightest. At this moment, the surrounding crowd of students were deathly silent. After a short moment, they started to clamor. Oh my god, Duan Lingtian actually directly crippled Shui Lang's dantian. With his dantian crippled, Shui Lang's life can be considered to be completely ruined. Forcefully standing up for a woman like this and ruining his life, was it worth it? I never imagined that Duan Lingtian actually possessed such a terrifying inscription. Before that inscription, an origin core martial artist would be like paper. All the students were dumbstruck. Shui Lang, a Year 6 student and existence at the second level of the origin core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian, a Year 1 student just like that. As expected. Compared to the shock of these students, Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun and Tian, who seemed to have long since guessed this scene, they remembered that the third-level origin core stage martial artist, Su Tong, who was once the #1 person in the Su clan's younger generation, had his dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian like this. At that time, Duan Lingtian used the same type of inscription. The scene before them was extremely similar to the scene from that day. They believed that if Su Tong's incident wasn't suppressed by Paladin Academy, and instead spread throughout Paladin Academy, today, Shui Lang absolutely wouldn't dare be so arrogant before Duan Lingtian. As far as they were concerned, Shui Lang's actions were simply courting death. No! Impossible! How could this be possible? Tong Li looked at Shui Lang, who was ceaselessly rolling on the ground in pain, and was dumbstruck for a moment, unwilling to believe that all this was real. Shui Lang was a second-level origin core stage martial artist. It was her cousin who found a backer for her. She didn't care about Shui Lang's life or death. What she cared about was that after Shui Lang fell, there would be no one to stand in front of her and block Duan Lingtian for her. Tong Li's face was ghastly pale as she started to retreat. Now, she only hoped to be able to leave this place of trouble before Duan Lingtian reacted. What, Miss Tong, this Shui Lang fell to such an end because he stood up for you, and you intend to run away by yourself? Tong Li's small actions were naturally noticed by Duan Lingtian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer as he spoke with a mocking tone. As expected, what Duan Lingtian said caused a stir amongst the crowd of spectating students. Shui Lang is too pitiful. His dantian was crippled because of Tong Li. Yet not only does Tong Li not care, she even wants to abandon Shui Lang and flee. Naturally, it's not strange. This Tong Li being able to be so ruthless towards Tang Guo is sufficient to show that her heart is venomous. How could she possibly care about the life or death of another? Even I feel it wasn't worth it for Shui Lang. A woman like this should be taught a lesson by Duan Lingtian. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tong Li's body froze, and she knew that she couldn't avoid it today. Now, the surrounding discussions caused her expression to become even more unsightly. Ha. Shui Lang heard the surrounding discussions and struggled to raise his head to glance at Tong Li. When he noticed that Tong Li really intended to flee, he suddenly started laughing loudly as if he'd gone mad, and he spat out blood as he laughed. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, he fainted. Obviously, he was extremely angry. Duan Lingtian, if you dare touch me, my cousin brother will surely tear you into pieces. If you're sensible, then let me leave. Perhaps I'll plead with my cousin to leave your corpse intact. Tongli looked at Duan Lingtian, and at the same time that her eyes revealed terror, she didn't forget to threaten Duan Lingtian. Is that so? Duan Lingtian walked out in large strides towards Tongli, and his face revealed a brilliant smile. You don't come over. Tongli took 2 steps back and was slightly panicked. At the same time, a middle-aged man and an old man stood in the pavilion of the cafeteria, and they were looking at the scene outside the cafeteria from afar. Dean, if we still don't stop her, then this Tongli will probably not have a good end. The person that spoke now was precisely the gray-clothed old man, and also the vice dean of Paladin Academy, Zhang Xiong. Zhang Xiong was extremely respectful and reverent to the middle-aged man beside him. In Paladin Academy, only the elusive dean of Paladin Academy was able to make Zhang Xiong treat him so respectfully and even address him as the dean. Do you think it's useful for us to stop her? With the hatred Duan Lingtian displayed now, even if we were able to stop her in the previous moment, he'd probably make a move in the next moment. Could it be that we can still follow by Tong Li's side and protect her at all times? The middle-aged man shook his head with a carefree expression. Moreover, you've heard of Tong Li's actions earlier as well. No matter what, that Tanguo was a student of my Paladin Academy, yet she actually cruelly killed her. It's simply infuriating. Chapter 196. Slap. 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 Duan Lingtian walked up to Tongli with a cold and indifferent expression, and just like the last 2 times, he raised his hand and slapped Tongli into a pig's head. Tongli's eyes were emotionless as they flickered with gloominess and coldness as she stared at Duan Lingtian. She already hated Duan Lingtian to the bone. Tongli originally thought that Duan Lingtian would be done after slapping her over 10 times. But she quickly realized that all of this wasn't over. Young Miss Tong, I really didn't expect that your heart would be so vicious to actually use such a cruel method to kill Tanguo. I'm very curious, exactly what deep enmity do you have with her? Did she hit you? Did she scold you? Duan Lingtian stared at Tongli as he spoke word by word with a calm tone. Tongli glared hatefully at Duan Lingtian, and her swollen mouth moved slightly as she spoke incoherently. Who asked that bitch to be so insensible and put me on the spot? That bitch deserved to die. There wasn't the slightest trace of regret in her words. Just because of this you tortured her to death? Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he asked in a low voice. Tongli seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian was suppressing his anger, and she hurriedly shut her mouth. She was extremely perturbed in her heart, and she was afraid that Duan Lingtian would kill her at the slightest disagreement. During these past few days, she had witnessed Duan Lingtian's methods many times, and she knew that he was a madman who wasn't afraid of anything. Duan Lingtian didn't even seem to be afraid of her cousin, the 5th prince. I was thinking that with your cultivation, you would probably only harm more people if you stayed. Why not? Duan Lingtian's gaze descended onto Tong Li's dantian as he muttered to himself. No. When she heard Duan Lingtian's muttering, Tong Li seemed to have realized something, and her face went pale as she hurriedly retreated. But how could she possibly escape before Duan Lingtian's eyes? Boom! Duan Lingtian struck out with his palm, landing on Tong Li's dantian. Activating his origin energy, he blasted it into Tong Li's dantian, twisting it into pieces. Ah! Tong Li let out a miserable shriek. Her originally swollen face revealed a ferocious expression. While her body trembled in pain, she didn't forget to stare at Duan Lingtian with hatred. Boom! Finally, under the intense pain, Tong Li could no longer stand steadily and fell to the ground with a loud crash. Her eyes were red and filled with bloodthirsty hatred. In this world where the strong were respected, crippling a person's dantian was more painful than killing them. Humph! Duan Lingtian's cold gaze swept past Tong Li before he turned around and walked into the dining hall. Wherever he passed, the group of students who were watching the commotion made way for him, their eyes filled with awe. Even the senior students felt their hair stand on end when they looked at Duan Lingtian Shuelang. who was at the second level of the origin core stage, was crippled by Duan Lingtian just like that. This Duan Lingtian was too terrifying. The meal was incomparably silent. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun and Tian who seemed to be able to understand Duan Lingtian's current feelings, and they didn't interrupt. Only when they almost finished eating did Xiao Yu sigh and persuade. Duan Lingtian, don't blame yourself too much. This isn't your fault. You helped Tanggua out of goodwill. Moreover, even if you didn't interfere at that time, with Tong Li's vicious character, Tanggua wouldn't have a good end. Don't worry, I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Even though it was like this, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate in the afternoon, but instead lay on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds and stared blankly. At the same time, the matter of Duan Lingtian crippling the dantians of Xuelang and Tong Li swept through the entire Paladin Academy like a gale. Of course, after everyone knew the ins and outs of the matter, they didn't have the slightest bit of pity towards Xuelang and Tong Li, and all felt that they deserved it. Imperial City, City Guard Army Campsite. Bang! An enormous bang sounded out from the campsite at the center of the campsite, and it was a robust middle-aged man in light armor who smashed the table before him into pieces under his rage. Whoosh! In the next moment, under the astonished gaze of the person that reported the news, the robust middle-aged man transformed into an afterimage and instantly flashed out of the campsite, then spurred his horse and left the campsite. In next to no time, he entered a spacious courtyard house. Lang! He hadn't arrived when the robust middle-aged man's voice was like a thunderclap that resounded out within the courtyard house. Master, you have to uphold justice for Lang. Lang's life has been completely destroyed by that little bastard Duan Lingtian. The robust middle-aged man had just walked into a spacious room when the middle-aged woman within the room spoke with a voice that contained sorrow and rage mixed within. Father. Xuelang, who laid on the bed, had a ferocious and savage expression when he saw the robust middle-aged man. I want that Duan Lingtian dead. I want him dead. Lang, don't worry. Father guarantees you that so long as father still has a breath left, that Duan Lingtian won't be able to live past tomorrow. The robust middle-aged man, the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu, had an extremely gloomy expression. Lang, rest well. Father will go take revenge for you right now. Xuelu came swiftly and left swiftly as well, as if transforming into a gust of wind. At practically the exact same moment, the Duan clan had found out about the news sent back by Paladin Academy. Duan Lingtian, who just returned to the clan, crippled the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu? He crippled the cousin of the fifth prince? The Duan clan higher-ups felt their scalps go numb when they heard this news. The audience hall was deathly silent. Grand Elder, this matter. Patriarch Duan Ruhua had a bitter smile on his face. That nephew of his was really a troublemaker, and was a completely different extreme from his father all those years ago. Although Duan Ruffing was naturally unrestrained and unrestrained, he wasn't so unbridled. This Duan Lingtian was simply a lawless lord. For the sake of the clan's future, we have to protect him no matter what. Grand Elder Duan Zhen's muddy eyes flashed with a bright light as he spoke directly. Exactly. That Xuelu is only a City Guard Army commander at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? A Duan clan elder agreed. Duan Lingtian has an extraordinary significance to our Duan clan. We must protect him. The other elders came to a consensus as well. That Xuelu is a small problem, but the person behind him is slightly difficult to deal with. Duan Ruhua frowned and was slightly worried. No matter how difficult it is to deal with, he's only a half-step void stage martial artist. Could it be that our Duan clan is afraid of him? Duan Zhan's eyes emitted a fierce light, and his voice was filled with coldness. Fifth Prince's estate. In a spacious room, the fifth prince's face sank as he gazed at the girl on the bed who had already fallen asleep and whose tear stains still hadn't dried. Then he turned around and walked out of the room. Your Highness, that Duan Lingtian is too audacious. He actually crippled young Miss Li's dantian. This is destroying young Miss Li's entire life. The white-browed old man's eyes squinted, and killing intent vaguely flickered within. Looks like this Duan Lingtian really doesn't take me seriously. A trace of frightening coldness flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, the fifth prince had his own pride. Normally, even if it was the patriarchs of the three great clans of the imperial city, they would still have to be respectful to him. Now that he was bullied by a youth, his rage had almost reached the limit. "Your Highness, do you need me to deal with him?" the white-browed old man asked respectfully. "It's useless even if you go now. If I'm not wrong, that Xuelu ought to have already gone. The members of the Duan clan have surely gone as well." With the natural talent in the martial Dao that Duan Lingtian revealed today, the Duan clan wouldn't easily allow anything to happen to Duan Lingtian. A trace of a sheen of wisdom flashed within the fifth prince's eyes. The white-browed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this. If the members of the Duan clan were present, it would indeed be impossible for him to kill Duan Lingtian. Let's see if that Duan Lingtian is able to escape today. If he escapes, then I don't believe that old Bai can't kill him when you personally make a move in a few days. A wisp of a cold smile appeared on the corners of the fifth prince's mouth. Subsequently, he sighed. "Get someone to go to the fair Sun County's county city and notify my uncle of this matter." "Yes," the white-browed old man replied and left. The originally calm inner city of the imperial city was completely stirred when a majestic troop of soldiers walked out in an orderly manner. The orderly troop was majestic and had a total of over 1,000 people. And in front of these people was a robust middle-aged general who spurred his horse forward, and the space between his brows was filled with killing intent. "It's the City Guard Army. What's happened?" The City Guard Army's commander, Lord Xuelu, has actually personally made a move. "I don't know. Let's follow them and take a look." Behind the group of City Guard Army soldiers, many people followed them out of curiosity. In the end, they noticed that this troop had actually stopped at the entrance of Paladin Academy, completely blocking off the entire entrance of Paladin Academy, leaving only a single passage that was heavily guarded. "I heard that Commander Xuelu's only son is a student of Paladin Academy as well. Could it be that something has happened to him?" To be able to make Commander Xuelu bring over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers, looks like this matter is not small. Some of the spectators couldn't help but guess. Paladin Academy, on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds. Duan Lingtian slightly frowned. He glanced at the direction of the entrance of Paladin Academy, and vaguely felt that it seemed to have become clamorous. Shaking his head, he paid no attention to it and continued to close his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, "Duan Lingtian," a voice sounded out, causing Duan Lingtian to feel as if he was jolted awake from a dream. Only now did he notice Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun standing under the tree with gloomy expressions. "What's wrong?" Duan Lingtian asked in bewilderment. "Duan Lingtian, that City Guard Army Commander Xuelu has brought over 1,000 City Guard Army soldiers to guard the entrance of Paladin Academy. They're probably waiting for you to leave. Otherwise, don't go back today." Xiao Sun's expression was incomparably unsightly. "Xuelu." Duan Lingtian's brows twitched. After lunch, he found out about Xuelang's background from Tianhu. He knew that Xuelang was the only son of the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu. Moreover, Xuelu was a 9th-level nascent soul-stage martial artist. However, he didn't mind. If Xuelu really infuriated him, he'd directly throw a bone corrosion inscription over and make the City Guard Army change commander. "He really thinks highly of me bringing so many people." Chapter 197. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were helpless. No matter how they persuaded him, Duan Lingtian stubbornly insisted on leaving. At dusk, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun accompanied Duan Lingtian as they walked out of Paladin Academy's main gate. Duan Lingtian had only just walked out when he noticed a fierce gaze descending onto him and locking onto him. "You're Duan Lingtian?" In the distance, the City Guard Army Commander Xuelu's gaze was like a bolt of lightning as he stared fixedly at Duan Lingtian, as if he was deeply afraid that Duan Lingtian would disappear from his line of sight. Even if it was a grade 1 student, the students of Paladin Academy were generally around the age of 20, and an 18-year-old youth was extremely rare. Most importantly, this youth wore violet clothes, exactly the same as the rumored Duan Lingtian. So Xuelu easily recognized Duan Lingtian. "You two go back first." Duan Lingtian smiled to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun didn't leave. As friends, how could they leave at this time? They would endure hardships together. Duan Lingtian smiled and didn't continue persuading the two of them. In any case, as far as he was concerned, everything before his eyes was only a farce and was nothing to worry about. Yes, I'm Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian walked toward Xue Lu in large strides with a carefree expression, as if the person before him wasn't a ferocious tiger, but a docile kitten. Xue Lu squinted his eyes, and his fierce gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian. You actually dared to use inscriptions to cripple my son's dantian and destroy his future, his entire life. Did you think of the consequences before you did this? Duan Lingtian shrugged, his gaze calm, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of a smile from beginning to end. He turned the spatial ring on his right hand as he said, Commander Xue, before today I didn't know your son. Why didn't you ask me why I crippled his dantian? Humph. Xue Lu's face sank as he coldly shouted, I don't want to know why you crippled my son's dantian, nor do I have any interest in knowing. All I know is that today you Duan Lingtian will die without a doubt. Are you so sure? Duan Lingtian spun the spatial ring at a slightly faster speed, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. You will soon know why I am so sure. Xue Lu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward with an imposing aura. Xue Lu. Right at this moment, a figure that was like a ghost instantly flashed out from within Paladin Academy and descended before Duan Lingtian, protecting Duan Lingtian behind him as he confronted Xue Lu. When he saw Xue Lu intending to make a move against him, Duan Lingtian was already prepared to activate the bone corrosion inscription to annihilate Xue Lu. The figure in front of him appeared out of nowhere, and Duan Lingtian stopped what he was doing. Vice Principal. When he saw the old man, Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised, but he still greeted the old man. Duan Lingtian, you really know how to cause trouble. The gray-clothed old man, the vice principal of Paladin Academy, Zhang Xiong, shook his head and laughed. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Zhang Xiong. Xue Lu's movements slowed down as well, and his face sank as he looked at Zhang Xiong. I respect Paladin Academy, so I didn't forcefully barge in to kill this Duan Lingtian. Now, outside Paladin Academy, do you still want to obstruct me? Zhang Xiong lightly smiled. Commander Xue is exaggerating. I naturally won't pay attention to matters outside Paladin Academy. Then why aren't you moving aside? Xue Lu's eyes went cold as he interrupted Zhang Xiong with a deep voice. Right at this moment, a large luxurious carriage came from afar, and it attracted the attention of everyone. Even Xue Lu couldn't help but frown. The carriage directly charged towards the entrance of Paladin Academy, but it was stopped by the soldiers of the city guard army. K off. The face of the old man acting as the coachman sank as he pushed out with his palm. Vast amounts of origin energy condensed into a palm print that whistled out and blasted all the city guard army soldiers that were blocking the carriage flying. Giddy up. The old man swung the horsewhip in his hand, and the carriage pulled by 3 large horses directly charged in. Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised when he saw the old man. If he didn't remember wrongly, this old man was precisely the Duan clan's 3rd elder. To be able to make the Duan clan's 3rd elder drive the carriage, then the person within the carriage surely had an extremely distinguished status. Duan Lingtian was curious. Who would it be? Xue Lu, you're really awe-inspiring. An aged voice filled with rage sounded out from within the carriage. Subsequently, Duan Qiu stood at the side and welcomed the old man from within the carriage. Grand Elder. Duan Lingtian's eyes constricted when he saw the old man who came out, and he was slightly surprised. The Duan clan's Grand Elder was completely different from the Su clan and Xiao clan's Grand Elders. The Duan clan's Grand Elder, Duan Zhan, was the previous patriarch of the Duan clan, and his status was extraordinary. His status in the Duan clan surpassed the patriarch and was equal to the other supreme elders. Xue Lu's face sank when he saw the old man appear. Although he'd heard that this Duan Lingtian had returned to the Duan clan to acknowledge his ancestors, he never imagined that this old man would personally come for Duan Lingtian. Senior Duan Zhan. Xue Lu took a deep breath, then looked at Duan Zhan and slightly bowed. Xue Lu, you made such a big show just for the sake of dealing with an 18-year-old youth of my Duan clan? Duan Zhan's calm gaze descended onto Xue Lu. Instantly, Xuelu felt a wave of pressure, and he took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, Senior Duanzhan, Xuelu came here this time for the sake of taking revenge for my son. I know that this Duan Lingtian is a genius disciple of your Duan clan, but he crippled my son's Dantian and destroyed my son's life. I swore before my son that so long as I, Xuelu, still have a breath left, this Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow. So Senior Duanzhan, I'll ask for your forgiveness after I've taken revenge for my son. Xuelu's words weren't courteous in the slightest. Xueyun really has a good son. Good. Duanzhan's eyes constricted, and a trace of a fierce light flashed within. Then let me see how you make our Duan clan's Duan Lingtian won't live past tomorrow with me. Duanzhan here today. Senior Duanzhan, I respect you as a senior, but don't go too far. Xuelu's face sank, and he completely turned hostile. Too far? Ha. Duanzhan started laughing, and within his wanton laughter was traces of a terrifying aura. Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in this aura at the first possible moment, and his eyes constricted as he was shocked in his heart. This Grand Elder is actually in existence at the half-step void stage. Right, he's an expert of the Duan clan's older generation after all. Half-step void stage. Xuelu's pupils constricted, and he had an astonished expression as he looked at Duanzhan. You're actually at the half-step void stage. I'm from the same generation as your father, Xueyun. Even that old fellow Xueyun has broken through. Could it be that I'm inferior to him? Duanzhan couldn't help but sneer when he saw Xuelu's expression. Meanwhile, the gazes of the surrounding Paladin Academy students lit up. Of course, they didn't know what a half-step void stage was. They only thought that Duanzhan was a void stage expert. This Duan clan's Grand Elder is actually a void stage expert. As expected of the previous generation's Duan clan patriarch, his strength is truly shocking. Duan Lingtian ought to be fine today. Even a void stage expert has appeared. Even though this Xuelu is the commander of the city guard army, he's probably helpless. Amidst the discussions of the Paladin Academy students, Xuelu's expression became more and more unsightly. He never imagined that the Duan clan would actually dispatch a half-step void stage expert for Duan Lingtian. With this half-step void stage expert present, not to mention him, even if he led the 1,000 city guard army soldiers behind him, they still wouldn't be able to stop the half-step void stage expert. It would be extremely easy for the half-step void stage expert to take away Duan Lingtian. Let's go. As he thought up to here, Xuelu chose to retreat in order to advance. His icy cold eyes that concealed killing intent flashed past Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's brows raised, and he didn't take Xuelu's threat to heart. As far as he was concerned, if Xuelu dared come look for him, then Xuelu was purely courting death. However, the appearance of the Grand Elder Duanzhan today had allowed him to save a bone corrosion inscription. The city guard army arrived menacingly, and now that all of them had retreated, it caused some of the people that came to watch the show to be unable to refrain from sighing. I originally thought that this Commander Xuelu was going to go all out, but I never imagined that he would only be all bark and no bite. Exactly, truly boring, a waste of my time. It can't be considered to be a waste of time. At least we know the ins and outs of the matter. This Duan Lingtian is too awesome. He actually crippled Commander Xuelu's only son. Yeah, this isn't something that anyone dares to do. After the group of city guard army retreated, the crowd of people that came to watch the show dispersed as well. Thank you, Grand Elder, for helping me out of this predicament. Duan Lingtian smiled to Duanzhan. Even if Duanzhan didn't come, he still had the confidence to escape, but since Duanzhan had come, he'd saved a bone corrosion inscription for him, so he still had to thank Duanzhan. You little fellow, you're really a troublemaker. Duanzhan shook his head, and then his gaze descended onto the nearby gray-clothed old man. Zhan Xiong, long time no see. It has indeed been a long time. No matter what, it's been over 10 years. Zhan Xiong nodded, and he obviously knew Duanzhan. I'll be taking my leave first. Duanzhan nodded to Zhan Xiong, then looked at Duan Lingtian. Little fellow, I'll send you back? Grand Elder, there's no need, I can return by myself. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Duanzhan nodded and didn't say anything before boarding the carriage once more and leaving directly. Duan Lingtian, aren't you worried that Xue Lu will come back and kill you? Zhang Xiong looked at Duan Lingtian as he asked with a smile. I do hope that he comes back again. Under Zhang Xiong's dumbstruck expression, Duan Lingtian bid his farewells to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before leaving as well. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. I never imagined that the Duan clan's Grand Elder would personally come. Could it be that Duan Lingtian knew beforehand? No wonder he was so calm. Xiao Yu's brows slightly twitched as he guessed. To think that we were worried about him. Xiao Sun laughed bitterly as he shook his head. Meanwhile, the group of students at the entrance of Paladin Academy had dispersed as well. However, their hearts were still filled with shock. The Duan clan actually thinks so highly of Duan Lingtian. Chapter 198. After leaving Paladin Academy, Duan Lingtian walked into a remote alley. Without any warning, he abruptly turned around and looked towards the end of the alley, then his gaze focused as he spoke with a calm tone. Come out. Instantly, two old men slowly walked out. Their faces were filled with shock, as it was difficult for them to imagine that Duan Lingtian was actually able to notice their tracks. Sixth Elder, Eighth Elder. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile to the two old men. These two old men were precisely the Duan clan's Sixth Elder and Eighth Elder. Obviously, they were sent by the Duan clan to protect him. Elders, both of you can return. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled to the two old men. Then his figure flashed out as if transforming into a nimble spirit serpent as he concealed himself at the corner of the alley ahead. The two old men followed, but noticed that Duan Lingtian had vanished without a trace. They searched for a long time, but were unable to find Duan Lingtian. For a time their faces were filled with shock. This Duan Lingtian is truly extraordinary. Not only was he able to notice us following him, he was even able to easily shake us off. Even the Duan roughing from all those years ago was far from being so abnormal. Never mind, since he's able to notice us and shake us off, he's naturally able to notice others and shake them off as well. It's meaningless for us to follow him, let's return. The two old men glanced at each other and were able to see the bitter smiles on each other's faces. Then they shook their heads and directly left to return to the Duan clan estate to report to the patriarch, Duan Ruhua. And now, Duan Lingtian was walking on the way home when two sounds of wind swept over and descended beside him. Young master. It was precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Where did you two fellows run off to earlier? Could it be that you weren't afraid that Xue Lu would kill me? Duan Lingtian said angrily. Young master, we were with the Marquis earlier. We wanted to make a move but were stopped by the Marquis. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and an innocent expression. Uncle Nye? Even he knows. Duan Lingtian suddenly understood, and a trace of warmth rose in his heart. Looks like even if the bone corrosion inscription didn't exist today, the Vice Dean Zhang Xiong, and the Duan clan's Grand Elder Duan Zhan, he would still be fine. Although an entire afternoon had passed, Duan Lingtian's mood had not completely calmed down. Even the two girls at home noticed that something was wrong with Duan Lingtian. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian smiled in the face of the two girls' concern. He went back to his room, lay on the soft bed, and looked at the ceiling. His eyes shone with a cold light. If I had crippled Tong Li's cultivation the first time I met her, then perhaps the incident with Tang Guo wouldn't have happened. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He would never see that female student who worshipped him so much in the future. Although Tang Guo was just a passerby in his life, she was now deeply engraved in his heart. During this night, Duan Lingtian thought of many things. In the end, his mentality was also undergoing a tremendous change. Duan Lingtian's current change in mentality would cause those who went against him in the future to not have a good ending. The next day, Duan Lingtian made a trip to the Divine Might Marquis estate. Divine Might Marquis Nyeyuan couldn't help but shake his head and smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. Kid, what did you come here for this time? Nyeyuan didn't mention a single word about the matter of the city guard army commander, Xue Lu. Or perhaps in his eyes Xue Lu was nothing. Uncle Nye, I came here this time to ask for 2 quotas from you. Duan Lingtian went straight to the point. Quotas? Nyeyuan was stunned and was unable to react for a moment. Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department's quota for the reinforcements that will depart in 20+ days. I have 2 friends who want to go with me, and I've already promised them. Duan Lingtian explained. So it's this no problem. When your big brother Nye returns, I'll tell him and ask him to add 2 more quotas. What are the names of those 2 people? Nye Yuan had a casual expression as to him. This was only a small matter. Xiao Yu Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled as he spoke. So they're members of the Xiao clan. However, this Xiao Sun seems to be the younger brother of the Xiao clan's genius alchemist, Xiao He, right? As Nye Yuan finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Who would have thought? The genius in the martial Dao Duan Lingtian, whose name had spread like wildfire within the imperial city, was precisely the young genius alchemist who had once defeated Xiao He in the Alchemist Guild's main guild. Duan Lingtian naturally knew what Nye Yuan meant, and he lightly smiled. Even if Xiao He saw me now, he might not be able to recognize me. Moreover, even if he recognized me, it wouldn't affect my relationship with Xiao Sun. This was something that Duan Lingtian was extremely confident in. He still remembered that when he met Xiao Sun for the first time, Xiao Sun's words were filled with admiration towards the genius alchemist who defeated Xiao He without the slightest bit of resentment. That's true. That day, your ability to disguise your appearance is truly unfathomable. Nye Yuan shook his head and smiled, then glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Sometimes I really want to break open your head and see what other secrets are hidden within. Since the appearance of this nephew of his, he had brought him wave after wave of shock. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough. Otherwise, he might really have a heart attack from this nephew of his. Duan Lingtian rubbed his nose and laughed embarrassedly. Right, didn't you say that you could refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for your grandpa Nye once you stepped into the origin core stage? Suddenly, Nye Yuan seemed to have thought of something and his gaze shone. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. He was currently still a step away from the 7th level of the core formation stage, let alone the origin core stage. Of course, he understood that this Uncle Nye was surely the same as the others and thought that he had broken through to the origin core stage. He didn't explain and casually found an excuse. Uncle Nye, you have to give me some time to transform my grade 9 pill fire into a grade 8 pill fire. Right? Nye Yuan laughed embarrassedly when he heard this. Only now did he remember that even if one's cultivation had reached a certain level, it wasn't so easy to increase the grade of an alchemist. Within the Crimson Sky Kingdom, there were many people with a cultivation at the nascent soul stage but were only grade 9 alchemists. Purely based on the pill fire of an alchemist, the origin energy within a nascent soul stage martial artist's body was sufficient to condense a grade 6 pill fire. However, the improvement of pill fire required relying on the alchemist's natural talent. Not to mention the nascent soul stage, a person with insufficient natural talent would only be a grade 9 alchemist even if he broke through to the void prying stage, and was even unable to become a grade 9 alchemist. It's Uncle Nye who's too impatient. Nye Yuan shook his head and smiled, then said, Go take a look at your grandpa Nye. During this period of time he often talked about you to me. Yesterday, he heard that the City Guard Army's commander Xue Lu had brought troops to block you at the entrance of Paladin Academy, and even said that he wanted to kill Xue Lu. Duan Lingtian was stunned. He never imagined that the old man's temper would be so fiery. However, a trace of warmth still arose in his heart. Grandpa Nye. When Duan Lingtian saw the old man was watering the flowers and plants in the rear courtyard, and he was extremely content. When the old man saw Duan Lingtian, his muddy eyes lit up with a dazzling sheen. Little Tian, you've come. Duan Lingtian helped the old man sit down and lightly smiled. Grandpa, your body has been much better recently, right? The old man nodded. The medicinal strength of the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill has already completely expelled the poison within my internal organs, and the remaining poison has been suppressed by the grade 9 spirit cleansing pill within my body and Dantian, so it's not a big problem. That's good. Once I become a grade 8 alchemist, I'll refine a grade 8 spirit cleansing pill for Grandpa Nye, and completely remove the remaining poison. Duan Lingtian nodded, as this outcome was within his expectations. I heard that you're going to go to war with Fuan? The old man asked. Yeah, I want to go experience it. Duan Lingtian smiled. Experiencing it is good as well. The battlefield is a place to temper one. As the old man spoke, his gaze became slightly misty, as if he had returned to the days when he spent half his life in the military, and an aura of slaughter seemed to rise up from his body. This aura of slaughter was extremely terrifying, even surpassing the divine might marking on. The following period of time was calm and tranquil. The commander of the city guard army, Xuelu, and the fifth prince seemed to have completely vanished without a trace. Of course, Duan Lingtian wouldn't feel that they were merciful and gave up on taking revenge for Xuelang and Tongli. All of this was probably just the calm before the storm. Paladin Academy, Star Mastermind Department's Grade 1 classroom. The name list of the Star Mastermind Department students that will be accompanying the reinforcements to the northwest border has been released. On the platform, Sima Changfeng slowly spoke. Teacher Sima, why are you saying this? Could it be that someone from our class obtained a spot? Instantly, many students were stunned. In next to no time, they tacitly looked at the violet-clothed youth that sat in the distance. It should be Duan Lingtian. Nonsense, who else could it be besides Duan Lingtian? Some students whispered in discussion. In next to no time besides Duan Lingtian, all the other students looked at Sima Changfeng, waiting for him to announce. Especially Xiao Yu and Xiao Suan, who stared at Sima Changfeng without blinking. Although Duan Lingtian said it wasn't a problem, they were still slightly perturbed. Duan Lingtian. Sima Changfeng announced the first name. Xiao Yu Xiao Suan. Sima Changfeng continued. Actually, when he first received the name list, he was slightly surprised as well. Duan Lingtian was recommended by him, so it was normal for Duan Lingtian to be on the name list. But he didn't recommend the other two. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun heard what Sima Changfeng said, their eyes lit up. They looked at each other and could see the excitement in each other's eyes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun also have a spot? Instantly, the remaining students all looked at Sima Changfeng, hoping that Sima Changfeng would call out their names. But unfortunately, Sima Changfeng's following words completely dispelled their thoughts. Chapter 199. Finally unable to restrain yourself? At dusk, Duan Lingtian walked out of Paladin Academy and directly walked into the secluded alley, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure flashed as he flew out. Instantly, his figure vanished around the corner at the other end of the alley. After Duan Lingtian left, a figure that was like a ghost followed after him. In next to no time, another two figures appeared. Not good. That person's target is the young master. The last two people to appear were precisely Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and their expressions couldn't help but go pale. But no matter how they searched, they were unable to find a trace of Duan Lingtian. Why did the young master avoid even us? Zhao Gang was slightly worried. Perhaps the young master noticed that person's strength wasn't simple, so he chose to avoid. With the speed that person revealed earlier, he's at least in existence at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Zhang Qian had a serious expression. We can't do anything now, and can only return and wait for news from the young master. Zhao Gang deeply agreed. If Duan Lingtian wanted to hide, it would be utterly impossible for them to find Duan Lingtian. At the same time, outside an empty courtyard house nearby, a violet-colored figure stopped moving. There was practically no one in the surroundings, and it was a secluded area of the inner city. Whoosh! Right at this moment, an awe-inspiring strong wind swept over, and an aged figure appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. This was an old man with a pair of eyes that flickered with cold lights as he stared at Duan Lingtian, as if he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Duan Lingtian frowned. He originally thought that the old man was sent by the city guard army commander Xuelu or the fifth prince, but now it would seem that it wasn't so. If the old man was only following orders, he ought to not be so hostile towards him. She could clearly feel the old man's hatred towards him, and it was hatred that reached the bone. Who are you? Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and asked with a low voice. Who am I? The old man couldn't help but sneer when he heard what Duan Lingtian said. Duan Lingtian, looks like you've offended too many people, so you utterly don't know who came to take revenge on you. However, I truly never imagined that the Duan clan would send a half-step void stage expert to personally make a move for you and obstruct that city guard army commander Xuelu. However, you will still die here today. As the old man spoke, his eyes glowed with killing intent. At the same time, the origin energy on the old man's body flashed irregularly, and 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form above him, 9th level of the nascent soul stage. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Although he wasn't at the half-step void stage, being at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage was enough to shock others. This old man was absolutely the strongest expert below the half-step void stage that he'd seen. You're the Su clan's Grand Elder Su Nan? An existence at the 9th level of the nascent soul stage that hated him to the bone. Before long, Duan Lingtian guessed the old man's identity. However, didn't the Duan clan help him solve the problem of the Su clan? He believed that the Duan clan's patriarch, Duan Ruhua, wouldn't lie to him. It looked like this Su Nan was very likely to be obstinate. Otherwise, he wouldn't have personally made a move. You're very smart, actually being able to guess that it was me. Su Nan's eyes emitted a vicious sheen, and his voice was icy cold and piercing to the bone. Duan Lingtian, only Tong was left in my line of succession. You've destroyed him, destroyed his hope, and destroyed the expectations I had for him. As he finished speaking, Su Nan was slightly deranged. Duan Lingtian's eyes went cold as he ridiculed. Su Nan, why don't you think about it? If he didn't take the initiative to provoke me and even threaten to cripple my cultivation, how could I give him a taste of his own medicine? As far as I'm concerned, everything he did was his own doing. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for not properly teaching him how to conduct himself. Arrogant, conceited and condescending. Even if I didn't cripple him, there would come a day when he would die at the hands of another. Duan Lingtian's words struck at Su Nan's heart. Su Nan's expression became more and more unsightly, and the killing intent in his eyes was difficult to restrain. It's useless no matter what you say. Today you're dead for sure. Then let's see if you have the ability. Duan Lingtian sneered as he used his hand to turn the spatial ring on his hand, and his icy cold gaze descended onto Su Nan. So long as it wasn't in existence at the half-step void stage, he wasn't afraid. You're about to die, yet you can still laugh. After I kill you, I'll cut off your head and bring it back to the Su clan for my grandson to admire. As soon as Su Nan finished speaking, his body trembled and he moved. 1,200 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out along with Su Nan. Everywhere Su Nan passed, sand and dust shot up into the sky, and his entire body pulled out numerous shocking afterimages. In the blink of an eye, Su Nan had approached Duan Lingtian. So fast. At the instant Su Nan's figure moved, Duan Lingtian's legs that were filled with origin energy since long ago abruptly shook, and he dodged to the side. At the instant Su Nan reacted and intended to pounce towards him, Duan Lingtian activated the inscription on his spatial ring. Bone corrosion inscription. A strand of gray flowing light flew out from the spatial ring and locked onto Su Nan. Its speed was so swift that it even surpassed Su Nan's current speed. At the instant Su Nan pounced towards Duan Lingtian, he saw the strand of gray flowing light that flashed over, and his heart instantly started trembling. He could clearly sense it. This was an extremely terrifying inscription. It brought him extreme pressure. Just as this thought of panic arose within his mind, the strand of gray flowing light blasted onto his body. Instantly, Su Nan felt a wave of extreme pain come from every bone in his body, causing him to be unable to refrain from emitting a shrill cry, and his voice was almost hoarse. At the moment when his consciousness was on the verge of death, he felt his body collapse with a bang. Even if it wasn't the first time Duan Lingtian had seen the unsightly corpse before him, he still felt a wave of disgust as he looked at it. Hiss! Duan Lingtian ignited a strand of pill fire and burned Su Nan's corpse. Then he took Su Nan's spatial ring. The Su clan's Grand Elder. From today onwards there's going to be a change of people. Duan Lingtian's cold and indifferent gaze swept past the dust that had transformed into ashes in the blink of an eye. Then he turned around and left. On the way, Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of Su Nan's spatial ring. Not bad. Although it's far inferior to the wealth that Duan Rulei left behind for me, this wealth can still be considered to be a profitable transaction. Duan Lingtian glanced at the contents of the spatial ring, and his face revealed a satisfied smile. There was roughly around 30 million silver. Adding on the wealth he obtained in the past, including Duan Rulei's, Duan Tian already had close to 300 million silver in his possession. The silver that circulated in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was the unified silver that circulated in the Dark Han Dynasty. As long as the Dark Han Dynasty still existed, these silver would never lose their effectiveness and could be exchanged for gold, silver, and other valuables at any time. The Crimson Sky Kingdom was only a vassal kingdom under the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, whereas the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only one of the 100-plus imperial kingdoms that were under the rule of the Dark Han Dynasty. I don't lack money for a short period of time, but when it comes to money, the more the better. In the future, along with the advancement of my cultivation, the grade of the medicinal pills and spirit weapons I need to refine would be higher, and the materials I require would become more and more precious. As for inscriptions, they're even more of a money-burning thing. Duan Tian thought in his heart, wishing for nothing more than a few more people like Su Nan would throw themselves at him and give him money. When he returned to the vicinity of his own courtyard house, Duan Tian noticed Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang standing at the entrance of his courtyard house, gazing at him. Obviously, they were waiting for him. Young master. When they saw Duan Tian return, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang went up to greet him. Have the two of you been slacking off recently? You were actually shaken off by me again. Duan Tian's eyes narrowed as he pretended to be serious. Young master, how would we dare slack off? But your anti-tracking technique is something that we're still unable to catch up to, and it's difficult for us to distinguish the real from the fake. Zhang Qian had a bitter smile and helplessness on his face. Although Zhao Gang didn't speak, he still nodded in all seriousness. All right, stop flattering me. Let's go home. Duan Tian took the lead and walked into the courtyard house. Young master, where's the person that chased after you? Zhang Qian asked curiously. I've already shaken off all of you, could it be that I still can't shake him off? Duan Tian glanced at Zhang Qian with disdain, but didn't explain the truth of the matter. Su Nan was the grand elder of the Fang clan after all, and if it wasn't necessary, he didn't want to cause more trouble. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang came to a sudden understanding. They would leave in another half a month. During this period of time, besides cultivating and inscribing the bone corrosion inscription, Duan Tian tried his best to find time to accompany the two little girls at home. The passage of time always flew by. In the blink of an eye, the day of the reinforcement troops' departure approached. In the past half a month, Duan Tian had inscribed the bone corrosion inscription on the pile of spatial rings that he had obtained. At the same time, he asked Xiongquan to gather a large amount of materials for inscribing the bone corrosion inscription and pile them up within his spatial ring, in case of an emergency. Besides preparing these things sufficiently, his cultivation had smoothly broken through to the 7th level of the core formation stage 10 days ago, and he'd consumed the dragon blood pill and completed the tempering of his fleshly body for the 7th level of the core formation stage. Because of this, his strength had increased by the strength of 3 ancient mammoths. Even if he didn't use a spirit weapon, the current him was still capable of drawing upon the energy of heaven and earth and developing 19 ancient mammoth silhouettes when he fully exerted his strength. He was only 1 ancient mammoth away from the 1st level of the origin core stage. The day after tomorrow is the day of the reinforcement troops' departure. Deep into the night, Duan Tian sat cross-legged on the bed and closed his eyes to cultivate for a while before preparing to sleep. Right at this moment, the sound of knocking sounded out. Duan Tian's spiritual force sensed who was outside the door at the first possible moment. Only after opening the door did he notice that Kerr was standing outside the door in her pajamas. Kerr, it's so late. Why haven't you slept yet? Duan Tian smiled. Young master, you're going to the battlefield the day after tomorrow. I want to accompany you. Kerr said in a light voice, her delicate body lightly trembling, and her cheeks flushed red. Duan Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In his eyes, the shy Kerr was no different than a celestial maiden that had fallen to the mortal world. In the end, Duan Tian's lower abdomen heated up, and he couldn't endure it any longer. He carried Kerr by the waist and threw her onto the bed. He kicked the door shut and pounced on her like a hungry wolf. Chapter 200. The next day noon. Paladin Academy's cafeteria. Duan Tian glanced at Tian who, then glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun beside him. You two speak. What's so mysterious? Tian, who had an astonished expression as he glanced at Duanling Tian, then looked at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Let me speak. Xiao Sun looked at Tian Hu and lightly smiled. Tian Hu, starting tomorrow you'll probably have to eat lunch alone in this cafeteria. What do you mean? Tian Hu frowned. You three fellows, why are you being so mysterious today? Are you guys planning on taking a leave of absence and going on a long trip? Xiao Sun shook his head. It can be considered going on a long trip, but it's not taking a leave of absence. Tomorrow we'll join the reinforcements heading to the northwest border, and become one of them. Heading to the northwest border battlefield. Tian Hu was stunned and extended his hand to touch Xiao Sun's forehead. Xiao Sun, you don't have a fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Tian Hu naturally didn't believe Xiao Sun's words. If a student of Paladin Academy wanted to enter the battlefield, even if it was the Star General Department, the minimum requirement was to be a second-year student. The Star Mastermind Department was even harsher. Usually, only a few 5th and 6th year students could participate. Tian Hu, Xiao Sun isn't talking nonsense. We're really leaving tomorrow. Xiao Yu noticed that Tian Hu didn't believe him and said. Hearing Xiao Yu's words, Tian Hu was somewhat doubtful and looked at Duanling Tian, wanting to make a final confirmation. Duanling Tian nodded. F***K. Tian Hu glared. How did you guys get a spot? You guys aren't brothers enough. You guys can slip away and leave me alone. Tian Hu, didn't you say it yourself? As a student of the Star General Department, you'll have the chance to enter the battlefield sooner or later. As for us, it's very likely that this will be the only time. Xiao Sun patted Tian Hu's shoulder and smiled. Hearing this, Tian Hu's face instantly fell and he bitterly smiled helplessly. In the afternoon, Duanling Tian sat cross-legged on a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice field and cultivated. Unknowingly, a wave of noise sounded out by his ear. Duanling Tian. A pleasant voice entered Duanling Tian's ears, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Duanling Tian came back to his senses and looked not far away. Only then did he discover a beautiful figure standing there like a fairy. The woman had a beauty that could overshadow the moon and shame the flowers, a beauty that could captivate the birds and beasts. Princess Bai Yao? Duanling Tian was stunned. He did not expect Princess Bai Yao to appear here. At this moment, Duanling Tian noticed that the group of Star Mastermind Department students, including Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, were all looking at him, and most of them had faces full of envy and jealousy. On the other hand, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun had ambiguous expressions. Duanling Tian smiled bitterly and jumped down from the tree. Very quickly, Duanling Tian saw that Princess Bai Yao seemed to say something to the old woman behind her. The old woman nodded, and shortly after, Princess Bai Yao walked towards him alone. Princess. Duanling Tian nodded and smiled to Princess Bai Yao, which could be considered as a greeting. Princess Bai Yao's pretty cheeks were slightly red, and she had a lovely and moving appearance. Duanling Tian, I heard that you're leaving the Imperial City with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading towards the northwest border. Yes. Duanling Tian nodded. Princess, why are you at Paladin Academy? Princess Bai Yao lightly smiled. I came to look for my 7th brother, and then I thought of coming to see you while I was at it. As she finished speaking, Princess Bai Yao's face became even redder. 7th brother? Duanling Tian was shocked. The 7th prince was at Paladin Academy as well? It's rare for the princess to still remember me. I'm truly overwhelmed by your favor. Duanling Tian's brows raised as he lightly smiled. Duanling Tian, there's only you and me here. There's no need to be so restrained. Princess Bai Yao shook her head as she spoke. Yes. Although Duanling Tian agreed, there was still no change in his attitude, causing Princess Bai Yao to gradually feel somewhat helpless. She glanced at Duanling Tian with hidden bitterness. After chatting for a while longer, Princess Bai Yao finally left. Duanling Tian, you're really something. The princess actually personally came to look for you. Xiao Sun walked over with a face full of envy and jealousy, as expected of the #1 beauty in the Imperial City. Her reputation is well deserved. Xiao Yu couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time he deeply glanced at Duanling Tian. How could this guy be so popular with beauties? First it was Li Fei, then it was his sister, and now it was Princess Bai Yao. These three women were undoubtedly beauties with looks capable of causing the downfall of nations, but all of them had fallen head over heels for Duan Lingtian. I hope that with the passage of time, Lan Er will be able to forget him. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. Although he didn't mind Duan Lingtian becoming his brother-in-law, but when he thought about how Duan Lingtian already had a woman by his side, he wasn't willing to let his sister jump into the fire pit and share a husband with another woman. Meanwhile, the surroundings were in an uproar. Did you see that? Even Princess Bai Yao came to look for Duan Lingtian. Yeah, I never imagined that Duan Lingtian's charm would be so great. In terms of age, Duan Lingtian is about the same as Princess Bai Yao, and they look like a perfect match. Not only a perfect match, they're simply a match made in heaven. The number one beauty in the Imperial City, the number one genius in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation. Could it be that this is a marriage predestined by the heavens? Similar discussion spread out from the side of the martial arts practice grounds, and quickly spread throughout the entire martial arts practice grounds. Moreover, the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. Some people even said that His Majesty the Emperor intended to bestow a marriage between Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao. On the other side of the martial arts practice grounds, a few 25-year-old senior students were surrounding a blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing and extraordinarily handsome appearance as they listened to him speak of something. The blue-clothed young man revealed strong confidence between his brows, and a bright smile hung on his face as he spoke vividly. When the surrounding students looked at him, they all revealed a trace of respect. Big Brother Gu Xian. Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded out and interrupted the blue-clothed young man. What's the matter? The blue-clothed young man looked at the young man that ran up to him, and he frowned and was slightly displeased. Big Brother Gu Xian, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. But this matter is related to Princess Bai Yao. The young man that rushed over hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by the blue-clothed young man. What did you say? Bai Yao? Bai Yao has come? The blue-clothed young man's eyes revealed traces of fanaticism, and his tone became anxious as well. That elegant and graceful temperament just now was instantly shattered by his own hand. Yes, she seems to have come to find the seventh prince. The young man hurriedly nodded. Is she still at the seventh prince's place? The blue-clothed young man hurriedly asked, and he had the intention of directly rushing over to see Princess Bai Yao. No, Princess Bai Yao has already left. The young man shook his head. Then why are you so surprised? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and a trace of disappointment flashed past his eyes. Big Brother Gu Xian, besides the seventh prince, Princess Bai Yao also went to see another person. The young man carefully glanced at the blue-clothed young man, and he was slightly hesitant. When the blue-clothed young man heard this, it was as if a fuse had been ignited, and his expression slightly changed. Who else did Bai Yao go to see? Duan Lingtian. The young man directly said. Duan Lingtian? The blue-clothed young man frowned, and he was slightly puzzled. How did Bai Yao know that first-year student? That person seemed to have only arrived at the Imperial City a few months ago, right? At this moment. You didn't see it earlier, but not only did Princess Bai Yao take the initiative to look for Duan Lingtian, she even let the people beside her stay where they were, while she went over to whisper with Duan Lingtian. It can't be. Could it be that there's something between them? I also don't know. But I saw that she was chatting happily with Duan Lingtian, and when Princess Bai Yao left, I saw that her face was flushed red. Looks like Princess Bai Yao is interested in Duan Lingtian. The voices of two students who walked side by side entered the blue-clothed young man's ears, causing his expression to darken. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I'll pull out your tongues. The blue-clothed young man's gaze was grave and stern as he looked at the two students who passed by and coldly shouted. The two students' expressions changed and they wanted to refute, but when they saw the blue-clothed young man, they were like mice that saw a cat, and hurriedly fled. Big Brother Gu Xian, what's the matter? Didn't you say that the Prime Minister and His Majesty had already privately reached an agreement that in 2 years, Princess Bai Yao would be betrothed to you? The person at the side had a puzzled expression. Gu Xian's face sank, and a trace of a cold light flashed within his eyes. Duan Lingtian. The others also realized Gu Xian's anger, and they all shut their mouths. However, they quickly noticed that rumors of the ambiguous relationship between Duan Lingtian and Princess Bai Yao were ceaselessly spreading throughout the martial arts practice grounds. On a large tree at the side of the martial arts practice grounds, Duan Lingtian yawned and looked at the sky. It was already close to dusk, and it was time to leave. Xiao Yu, Xiao Sun. Duan Lingtian called out to Xiao Yu, and the two of them walked out of Paladin Academy together. We're leaving tomorrow. Are you all prepared? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile. Actually, there wasn't much to prepare. Just some clothes to change into. Xiao Sun shook his head and smiled. When he thought of leaving with the reinforcements tomorrow and heading to the northwest border battlefield, he couldn't help but feel slightly excited. Xiao Yu was obviously the same. Paladin Academy's entrance was right before their eyes. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a cold and indifferent voice sounded out from behind Duan Lingtian's group of three. Duan Lingtian's group of three stopped and turned around. Duan Lingtian looked into the distance. Presently, there was a handsome blue-clothed young man with a graceful bearing walking towards him with a few young men in tow. Gu Xian. Xiao Sun frowned when he saw the blue-clothed young man. Xiao Sun, you know him? Xiao Yu noticed the enmity between the blue-clothed young man's brows, and this enmity was precisely aimed at Duan Lingtian. This Gu Xian is the only son of Prime Minister Gu, and is also a grade 6 student of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department. His cultivation is at the 3rd level of the Origin Core stage. Most importantly, he inherited Prime Minister Gu's wisdom, and has his own views on the Tao of Prime Minister. He has the demeanor of forming his own school of thought. Xiao Sun slowly said, Prime Minister Gu. Chapter 201. In the Crimson Sky Kingdom, the Divine Might Marquis, the Grand General of Agile Cavalry, Nieyuan, was undoubtedly the representative of the generals, whereas in the aspect of ministers the Prime Minister Gu Yuting was the most respected. Gu Yuting's status in the Crimson Sky Kingdom was extraordinary, and to a certain extent, he could be considered to be the spokesperson of the Emperor. Normally, all the large and small affairs of the Crimson Sky Kingdom had to go through his hands. Moreover, he himself was a half-step void stage expert. He's the son of Prime Minister Gu Yuting? Duan Lingtian frowned as he looked at Gu Xian, who was walking towards him with a menacing aura, and he was slightly bewildered. He was sure that today was absolutely the first time he'd seen this Gu Xian. However, this Gu Xian seemed to have extremely great enmity towards him, and this caused him to be rather puzzled. Presently, it had already been 4 months since Duan Lingtian had first arrived at the Imperial City, so he was rather knowledgeable about some of the matters in the Imperial City. He'd also heard of the Prime Minister Gu Yuting. Although Gu Yuting wasn't from a large clan, but because of the trust of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor, his Prime Minister estate was extremely famous in the Imperial City. Even the members of the 3 great clans of the Imperial City didn't dare rashly offend the Prime Minister estate, because everyone knew that behind Prime Minister Gu stood the Supreme Emperor of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian saw Gu Xian arrive before him. Is there something you need? Duan Lingtian's brows slightly twitched as he looked at Gu Xian and asked indifferently. Duan Lingtian, I'm warning you, stay away from Bai Yao. Gu Xian's expression was gloomy, and his eyes emitted a gloomy sheen as he stared straight at Duan Lingtian. At this moment he seemed to have transformed into a highly venomous crimson snake. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding when he heard Gu Xian. Now he finally knew the reason why Gu Xian was so hostile towards him. So it was because of Princess Bai Yao. All along the way, he'd heard many discussions about him and Princess Bai Yao. Duan Lingtian didn't take those ridiculous guesses seriously and directly disregarded them. As far as he was concerned, there was no need to explain anything. Biao? You should be talking about Princess Biao, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Gu Xian calmly and asked. Not bad. Gu Xian's eyes flashed, and his tone was somewhat condescending. Did you hear what I said to you just now? Duan Lingtian's face darkened. Not to mention that there was nothing going on between him and Princess Bai Yao. Even if there was something going on, it wouldn't have anything to do with this Gu Xian, right? Duan Lingtian scoffed at Gu Xian's haughty attitude, and a trace of anger rose in his heart. So what if I heard it? So what if I didn't? Duan Lingtian's tone was very calm. Duan Lingtian, I know that your natural talent in the martial Tao is strong, and you're even a direct descendant of the Duan clan that is extremely sheltered. But in my eyes, you're nothing, understand? Gu Xian's voice instantly became incomparably gloomy. In Gu Xian's eyes, in the imperial city, and even the entire Crimson Sky Kingdom, only the members of the imperial family and the Divine Might Marquis estate were worthy of his attention. As for those three great clans, they weren't worth mentioning in his eyes. His father was the prime minister, the spokesperson of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. He was only below the emperor and above all. Oh, Duan Lingtian suddenly laughed. I'm really sorry, but you're also nothing in my eyes. After he finished speaking, Duan Lingtian didn't care about Gu Xian, who had a gloomy expression. He called out to Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun before walking out of Paladin Academy. This son of Prime Minister Gu is too arrogant. Xiao Yu frowned. Obviously, he couldn't stand Gu Xian's attitude towards Duan Lingtian. It's not strange. After all, he has a powerful father. Moreover, this Gu Xian's natural talent isn't bad, and he might even inherit the position of Prime Minister in the future. Xiao Sun shook his head as he slowly spoke. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything. As far as he was concerned, Gu Xian was only a profligate son of rich parents. He was no different than Su Tong and Xue Lang, who he crippled. So long as Gu Xian didn't go too far and didn't offend him. If Gu Xian went too far, he didn't mind teaching Gu Xian a lesson. That night, Duan Lingtian didn't cultivate, nor did he inscribe inscriptions. He'd finally realized the dream he'd always had, to sleep with the two little girls in his room and enjoy the pleasures of intimacy. The two girls seemed to have realized that Duan Lingtian would be leaving tomorrow and would be gone for at least a few months, so they allowed Duan Lingtian to do whatever he wanted. During the entire night, Duan Lingtian didn't know how many times he'd asked for it, and only when he was extremely tired did he fall into a deep sleep with the two little girls in his arms. The next day, after the two little girls got off the bed, their walking posture became slightly strange. A wisp of apology appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Last night was too crazy. During breakfast, when facing their mother Li Ro's burning and ambiguous gaze, besides Duan Lingtian, who was thick-skinned and didn't pay attention to it, the two little girls lowered their heads and had embarrassed expressions. Little black, little white, stay at home and protect Kerr, little Fei and my mother. Understand? Duan Lingtian grabbed the two little pythons from his sleeve and tapped their little heads as he spoke in all seriousness. Hiss hiss, the two little pythons were more or less able to roughly understand Duan Lingtian's words, and they flicked their tongues as they nodded. Duan Lingtian saw a trace of reluctance in the intelligent eyes of the two little pythons. The two little pythons had obviously already begun to possess human nature. Mother, I'm leaving. At the entrance of the house, Duan Lingtian looked at his mother, who was tidying up his clothes, and had a smile on his face. Be careful, Li Ro said softly, with a bit of worry mixed in between her eyebrows. As the saying goes, a mother worries when a son travels 1,000 miles. Don't worry. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at the two little girls beside Li Ro. Help me take good care of my mother when I'm not here. I'll be back soon. Kerr and Li Fei both nodded. Two pairs of autumn eyes glistening and teary. Xiongquan, Jingru, when I'm not here, the family will depend on you too. Duan Lingtian looked at Xiongquan and Jingru, who were standing at the side. Young master, don't worry. The two of them hurriedly nodded. In Jingru's eyes there was also a trace of reluctance mixed in. In these few months, she had always been grateful to this young master, who had unconditionally trusted her. It was because of this young master's care that her family could live a well-fed life. All right, you can go back. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and turned to leave. He was really worried that if he took another glance, he wouldn't be willing to leave. Zhangqian Zhaogang. After Duan Lingtian left the house, he suddenly spoke out. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhangqian and Zhaogang instantly appeared by Duan Lingtian's side. Are the two of you following me, or returning to the Divine Might Marquis estate? Duan Lingtian asked. Young master, will go with you. Zhangqian and Zhaogang spoke out in unison. Then continue to conceal yourselves. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll further teach you techniques like tracking, concealment, and assassination. Duan Lingtian's brows raised as he slowly said, as long as I don't instruct you to, you're not allowed to reveal yourselves. Understand? Yes. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang hurriedly replied, and their eyes emitted burning gazes. They were filled with boundless yearning towards the various techniques Duan Lingtian planned to teach them. Before long, Duan Lingtian walked into Paladin Academy. Many people had already gathered in the martial arts practice grounds. Of course, most of them were from the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian had only taken 2 steps when he saw Xiao Sun waving his hand at him from afar, and he lightly smiled as he walked over. You two didn't bring a change of clothes? Duan Lingtian had a puzzled expression when he saw Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun both empty-handed. He'd also noticed that the other group of students were practically carrying bags of various sizes. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun instead seemed to stand out like cranes in a flock of chickens. Look. Xiao Sun raised his hand and displayed the simple and unadorned ring on his hand. I asked for a spatial ring from my grandfather yesterday. My things are all in Xiao Sun's spatial ring. Xiao Yu smiled. Duan Lingtian, the one on your hand is a spatial ring as well, right? Xiao Sun glanced deeply at Duan Lingtian. Then his gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian, looks like the Duan clan really thinks highly of you, to even give you such a precious thing as a spatial ring. Xiao Yu naturally thought that Duan Lingtian's spatial ring was given to him by the Duan clan, and he had a face full of envy. Even he, the grandson of the Aurora City's Xiao clan's supreme elder, didn't have a spatial ring. Even to the extent that in the entire Aurora City's Xiao clan, only the patriarch and the supreme elder had spatial rings. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled and didn't explain. Duan Lingtian. Right at this moment, a sonorous voice sounded out from afar. A slightly robust young man around the age of 25 slowly walked towards Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. You are? Duan Lingtian looked at the person with a puzzled expression, and he could feel that the person didn't have any hostility. I'm Duan Zhu, a branch family disciple of the Duan clan, and a grade 6 student of the Star General Department. Duan Lingtian, the patriarch asked me to pass this to you. The robust young man with a luggage bag on his arm extended his hand to pass a simple and unadorned ring to Duan Lingtian. It was a spatial ring. Under the surprised gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian extended his hand to receive it. Then he nodded and smiled to Duan Zhu. Thank you. You're welcome. After passing the spatial ring to Duan Lingtian, Duan Zhu laughed slyly before turning around and leaving. Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, and he noticed that besides a few million silver, there was nothing else within the spatial ring. It ought to have been given to him by the patriarch, Duan Ruffing, to store his luggage. This spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it belonged to the lowest grade of spatial ring. Duan Lingtian, could it be that the spatial ring in your hand wasn't given to you by the Duan clan? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with an astonished expression. That was given to me by the Grand Elder, but I never imagined that the patriarch would send another one over. I'll take the money inside and you can use this spatial ring. Chapter 202. However, Xiao Yu didn't accept the spatial ring that Duan Lingtian passed over, and he shook his head. Duan Lingtian, this is too precious, I can't accept it. You should keep it yourself or leave it for Li Fei to use. Just take it since I'm giving it to you. When did you become so wishy-washy? Duan Lingtian shook his head as he stretched out his hand and directly stuffed the spatial ring into Xiao Yu's hand as he spoke angrily. Xiao Yu's eyes flashed as a trace of gratitude flashed within, but he didn't refuse again. If he were to refuse again at this time, then it would seem slightly pretentious. Thank you. Xiao Yu smiled at Duan Lingtian, and a trace of warmth arose within his heart. Only a grade 7 weapons craftsman was able to refine a spatial ring. Although it wasn't a spirit weapon, it was still a rare item, and the value of just one was no less than a few million. Moreover, it was a priceless item. The Vice Dean has arrived. Suddenly, someone spoke and instantly, the entire martial arts practice grounds became silent. The gazes of everyone descended onto the gray figure that slowly walked over from afar. It was a gray-clothed old man who revealed a trace of dignity between his brows as he walked over with large strides with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. He was precisely the Vice Dean of Paladin Academy, Zhan Xiong. After Zhan Xiong arrived, he spoke loudly. Students of the Star General Department stand to the right. Students of the Star Mastermind Department stand to the left. As soon as Zhang Xiong finished speaking, the stream of people in the martial arts practice ground split into two. There were exactly 300 people of the Star General Department gathered together, forming a dense mass. On the other hand, there were 12 people standing sparsely in the Star Mastermind Department. Duanling Tian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, these 3-year 1 students, occupied a quarter of the people there. Duanling Tian noticed that the Prime Minister's son, Gu Xian, was also within the group of people of the Star Mastermind Department, and beside him were 2 other people. Duanling Tian had some impression of these 2 people, as they were by Gu Xian's side yesterday. Meanwhile, Gu Xian noticed Duanling Tian's group of 3, and his face sank as he frowned. Vice Principal. Gu Xian suddenly opened his mouth. His voice was loud and suppressed most of the sparse voices in the martial arts practice field. Zhang Xiong looked at Gu Xian when he heard this. He naturally knew Gu Xian, the son of the Prime Minister. Gu Xian, do you have anything to say? Vice Dean, according to what I know, according to the rules of our Paladin Academy, when it comes to the battlefield, the lowest requirement for Star General students is the 2nd year, and the lowest requirement for Star Mastermind students is the 4th year. These 3 people are only first-year Star Mastermind students. I suspect that they want to fish in troubled waters and blend in with us to head to the battlefield at the northwest border. Gu Xian pointed at the Duanling Tian trio. His voice was loud, and his eyes were filled with disdain. For a moment, the gazes of all the students present fell upon Duanling Tian and the other 2. Isn't that Duanling Tian? Also, the 2 people beside him seemed to be first-year students of the Star Mastermind Department. Could it be that they really want to fish in troubled waters and mix in with us to head to the northwest battlefield? As long as it isn't someone on the list, wanting to fish in troubled waters is practically impossible. Many students pointed and discussed animatedly. Gu Xian had a complacent expression as he glanced at the Duanling Tian trio, and the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer, as if he'd already seen the scene of the Vice Dean Zhang Xiong driving the 3 of them away. This Gu Xian is really as disgusting as a fly. Xiao Sun's face sank, and a trace of fierceness flashed within his eyes. Duanling Tian's gaze went cold as he took a step forward and looked at Gu Xian. Before Zhang Xiong could speak, Duanling Tian spoke first with a loud voice that shot into the sky. Gu Xian, you keep talking about rules, but why have I never heard of the rule that first-year students of Paladin Academy's Star Mastermind Department can't enter the battlefield? Gu Xian met Duanling Tian's gaze when he heard this, and he said with a mocking expression, although there isn't a written rule, but according to the past practice of Paladin Academy, it has always been like this. I can be sure that the 3 of you surely want to fish in troubled waters and slip through. Practice? Traces of coldness appeared in Duanling Tian's eyes as he sneered. You said it was a practice, could it be that a practice can't be broken? You keep saying that we're fishing in troubled waters, then I'm curious, on what basis did you make this decision? Just because we're first-year students you think we're inferior to you? You think we don't have the qualifications to appear here? Of course. How much do first-year students, especially students of the Star Mastermind Department, know about the Tao of Mastermind? Even if people like the 3 of you enter the battlefield, you'll only be a burden. Gu Xian sneered, and his words were filled with disdain towards Duanling Tian's group of 3. Enough. Right at this moment, Zhang Xiong interrupted. Gu Xian, Duanling Tian's group of 3 are indeed people on the list. You don't have to doubt this. Duanling Tian was strongly recommended by Teacher Sima. As for Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, they're the junior marquis of the Divine Might Marquis estate, and they were personally added to the list by the commander of the reinforcements this time, General Niefan. So it's 3 fellows that got in through the back door. Hearing Zhang Xiong's explanation, Gu Xian looked at Duanling Tian's group of 3 with a face full of ridicule and disdain. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's faces sank as they glared angrily at Gu Xian. Idiot! Duanling Tian looked at Gu Xian, and the corners of his mouth curled into a wisp of coldness as he slowly spat out 2 words. What did you say? Gu Xian's face went grim. This Duanling Tian actually dared to call him an idiot? As the son of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Prime Minister, it was the first time in his life that he'd been humiliated like this. Instantly, His chest was completely filled with flames of rage. Duan Lingtian turned his head and no longer paid any attention to the exasperated Gu Xian, allowing him to rage there. Duan Lingtian. Gu Xian's face sank, and his eyes flickered with traces of a vicious sheen as he stared at Duan Lingtian, and he swore in his heart, "Just you wait, there will be a day when I'll kill you." Although he wished for nothing more than to explode out and kill Duan Lingtian right now, he still had some misgivings. Firstly, the vice dean was present now, and if he were to take the initiative to make a move, he would surely be in a passive position. Secondly, if Duan Lingtian used that strange inscription to attack him, he would be unable to guard against it. After all, even the son of the City Guard Army's commander, Shui Lang, an existence at the second level of the origin core stage, had his entire cultivation destroyed by Duan Lingtian's inscription. He'd always felt fear towards the inscription in Duan Lingtian's hand, so if he didn't have 100% confidence, he wouldn't easily make a move. As the son of the Prime Minister, he naturally wasn't a simple-minded, well-developed idiot. Although he hated Duan Lingtian to the extreme in his heart, he wouldn't rashly make a move. This Gu Xian is pretty good at enduring. Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted and he was slightly surprised when he saw Gu Xian not make a move for a long time. As far as he was concerned, this Gu Xian was much more dangerous than Su Tong and Shui Lang. This was a person that knew how to endure silently. This sort of person was generally adept at hiding in the shadows and waiting for an opportunity to make a move, and was extremely terrifying. "Alright, all of you go to the entrance now. General Niefan has already ordered people to prepare horses for all of you and is waiting there." Before long, 312 Paladin Academy students walked out of Paladin Academy in a formidable array under the lead of the Vice Dean Zhan Xiong. Outside Paladin Academy's entrance, more than 300 armored soldiers were each sitting on a horse. In each of their hands, there was another horse that they were leading. These extra horses were obviously prepared for the group of Paladin Academy students. Vice Dean Zhan, a curly-bearded man that wore armor and had a stocky build, spurred his horse forward and arrived before Zhan Xiong before nodding to Zhan Xiong. Duan Lingtian looked at the curly-bearded man and his brows slightly twitched. He was able to discern that this curly-bearded man was in existence at the nascent soul stage and possessed extraordinary strength. "Vice General Jiao, these are the students on the name list this time." Zhan Xiong slowly spoke in response. "I'll be troubling Vice Dean Zhan." The curly-bearded man nodded, then instantly opened his mouth and roared, "Students of Paladin Academy, get on your horses." Instantly, all 312 Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, got on their horses. There were exactly 312 horses. "Vice Dean Zhan, farewell." The curly-bearded man cupped his hands towards Zhan Xiong, then spurred his horse to gallop out. "Let's go." For a time, Duan Lingtian and the others mixed in with the armored soldiers and followed behind the curly-bearded man as they walked out of the imperial city in a formidable array. All along the way they caused a great sensation. The people on the streets moved aside and saluted with their gazes towards this group of people. These are the reinforcements that Paladin Academy sent to the northwest border battlefield? As expected of the students of Paladin Academy, all of them are in high spirits and have extraordinary bearings. There's actually a youth wearing violet clothes. Could it be that he's that genius martial artist, Duan Lingtian, that's been giving rise to much discussion recently? He should be. Besides him, Paladin Academy probably doesn't have such a young student. Before long, the gazes of many people descended onto Duan Lingtian and they all exclaimed in surprise. Duan Lingtian became the center of attention all along the way. Humph! Gu Xian's expression was extremely unsightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so popular, and his gaze became even more gloomy and cold. Fifth Prince's estate. Within the pergola, a young man with an extraordinary bearing was sitting across from a middle-aged general in light armor. At this time that Duan Lingtian should have already set out, the young man's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Humph! This time we'll make sure he doesn't return. The middle-aged general's eyes focused as they flashed with bloodthirsty killing intent. Commander Shui, don't speak so early. Don't forget, Duan Lingtian has an offensive inscription that can deal with origin core martial artists. According to my knowledge, even the Su clan's Grand Elder's grandson, Su Tong, had his Dantian crippled by Duan Lingtian using an offensive inscription. Slight fear appeared on the young man's face. Don't worry, Fifth Prince, with the nascent soul martial artist making a move this time, we'll surely succeed. The middle-aged general was precisely the City Guard Army's commander, Xue Lu. Chapter 203. Outside the Imperial City. On the spacious open ground, a group of armored soldiers gathered together like a black cloud pressing down on the city, and their imposing manner shot into the sky like a rainbow. These are the reinforcements? Looks like there's only around 10,000 people. It seems to be a bit too little, right? Xiao Yu frowned as he gazed at the group of soldiers that stood in neat rows in the distance. Soldiers are valued for their quality, not their quantity. Duan Lingtian spurred his horse to walk beside Xiao Yu and lightly smiled. He was able to discern that these soldiers were different from ordinary soldiers. Every single one of them emitted a valiant aura, and their cultivations were obviously not low. Xiao Yu, don't underestimate this 10,000-man army. Even if they were besieged by an ordinary army of a few 100,000, they would still be able to easily charge out of the encirclement. Xiao Sun's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Could it be that this is the Crimson WRM army under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, Grand General Nie Yuan? Xiao Yu glanced at the group of soldiers that led them out of the city, and only now did he notice that the armor of these soldiers was inscribed with the pattern of a Crimson WRM. This type of armor was precisely the symbol of the Crimson WRM army. You only noticed now? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, as he'd noticed this long ago. The Crimson WRM army was one of the 3 elite armies under the command of the Divine Might Marquis and Grand General Swift Cavalry. These 3 elite armies only had 10,000 soldiers each. These 10,000 soldiers were generally martial artists at the 7th level of the corps formation stage or above. Some of the decurions and centurions were even existences at the origin corps stage. As for the Kiliarchs, they were all existences at the nascent soul stage. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students, including Duan Lingtian, gathered together with the other soldiers of the Crimson WRM army. Right at this moment, a tall young man in silver light armor spurred his horse forward. His gaze was cold as it swept past the group of Paladin Academy students, and his tone was calm. Hello. I'm the commander of the reinforcements heading to the northwest border battlefield this time. I'm called Niefan. Niefan, the son of the Divine Might Marquis. An existence like a proud son of heaven. The eyes of most of the Paladin Academy students shone when they heard Niefan's self-introduction. He's Niefan. As expected of the son of the Divine Might Marquis, his bearing is extraordinary. Supposedly, this Niefan only graduated from our Paladin Academy a few months ago, and he was already a 5th-level origin core stage martial artist when he graduated. 26 years old, 5th level of the origin core stage. With such natural talent, I'm afraid only Duan Lingtian and Su Qing are able to surpass him in the younger generation of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This time Duan Lingtian and Su Qing have also joined the reinforcements. The 3 great geniuses of the Crimson Sky Kingdom's younger generation have gathered together. The group of Paladin Academy students whispered amongst themselves. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Su Qing was here too? Looking around, he also found Su Qing in the crowd. The current Su Qing had lost his former sharpness and had become more steady. He seemed to have changed a lot. I'll say the ugly things first. Although all of you are students of Paladin Academy, from this moment onwards, you can be considered to have joined our Crimson WRM army. You must obey military orders, and if you violate military orders, you will be punished according to military discipline. Now, someone will distribute the armor of the Crimson WRM army to all of you. Change into it as soon as possible. Niefan's loud voice continued to sound out. After he finished speaking, he spurred his horse and left. Beside Niefan, an old man in casual clothes sat astride his horse as well, and his eyes narrowed as he followed Niefan like a shadow. It was as if he was Niefan's shadow. Not many people noticed that at the instant Niefan turned around and left, Niefan's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate through the layers of obstructions and descend onto the violet-colored figure within the group of Paladin Academy students. Noticing Niefan's gaze, Duan Lingtian lightly nodded to him. In next to no time, Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Sun had changed into the armor of the Crimson Wuxia army. The armor seemed to be cumbersome, but it was actually light and convenient. When worn, it didn't affect one's movements in the slightest. Moreover, it was able to play a protective role to a certain extent. The two of you do look quite decent when wearing this armor. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun and lightly smiled. When the two of them wore the armor of the Crimson Wuxia army, they really did look quite decent. Aren't you the same? Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. Presently, Duan Lingtian's sword-like eyebrows were tall and straight, and his handsome face revealed a trace of coldness. After wearing the fitting armor, his entire person seemed to be awe-inspiring and had an extraordinary bearing. Duan Lingtian's eyes focused and a heartfelt smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. Even though he'd lived 2 lifetimes and had seen many grand scenes in his previous life, he still couldn't help but be slightly excited in his heart. A strong wind rises and clouds soar. A warrior leaves and never returns. Depart. Right at this moment, Niefan, who was the commander of the Crimson Wuxia army, suddenly gave the order. His loud and clear voice was like a thunderclap that entered into the ears of everyone present. Subsequently, the army that was formed from over 10,000 people spurred the steeds beneath them to gallop out with a momentum like thunder. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. They set out early in the morning and stopped at noon to rest for a while before continuing on their journey. Only when the sun set in the west did the Crimson Wuxia army stop their footsteps under the command of Commander Niefan and set up camp in the wilderness for the night. Under the illumination of the bonfire, tents rose up one by one, forming a dense mass. Duan Lingtian, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were currently working together to build a small tent. This would be the residence of the 3 of them tonight. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian frowned, as his acute spiritual force told him that a gaze had just descended onto him. With a glance, what entered his eyes was a group of Crimson Wuxia army soldiers, and he was utterly unable to discern who was looking at him. This gaze seemed to have descended onto me this morning at the moment I changed into the Crimson Wuxia army armor. Who exactly is it? Duan Lingtian was slightly puzzled in his heart. He was sure that the owner of this gaze wasn't Niefan, nor was it a student of Paladin Academy. Meanwhile, the tent had been built. Duan Lingtian didn't think any further and sat around the bonfire in front of the tent with Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun. Presently, the group of Crimson Wuxia army soldiers and some Paladin Academy students had all taken out their rations and were gnawing on them. Xiao Sun took out his rations as well, and gave some to Xiao Yu and some to Duan Lingtian. Eating this thing isn't nutritious. Duan Lingtian didn't receive it and had a face full of disgust. Then he raised his hand and withdrew a large square block of ice from his spatial ring. Under the puzzled gazes of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun, Duan Lingtian placed the block of ice beside the bonfire. The ice quickly melted, and the suckling pig within it revealed its true appearance. F***K. Duan Lingtian, how big is the space in your spatial ring? You actually brought this thing with you. Xiao Sun couldn't help but curse and was dumbstruck. Xiao Yu was stupefied as well. As far as they were concerned, an ordinary spatial ring only had a space of 1 cubic meter, and it simply couldn't contain more than a few of these chilled suckling pigs. Hurry up and help break it down. You're talking so much, do you not want to eat anymore? Duan Lingtian threw the suckling pig in his hand to Xiao Sun as he glared at him. Xiao Sun received the heavy suckling pig and grinned. Of course I want to eat. If there's meat to eat, who would eat that crappy rations? Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took out a few long iron skewers and a pile of seasonings and salt. Duan Lingtian's hand swiped past his waist, and the violet myrtle flexible sword whistled out. With the help of Xiao Sun, he quickly broke down the processed suckling pig. Duan Lingtian, you don't look like you're going to war, but instead like you're going on vacation. Xiao Yu used an iron skewer to pierce through a large piece of suckling pig, and placed it on the bonfire to roast. He sprinkled salt and seasonings on it as he shook his head and laughed. It wasn't easy to come out, so I can't wrong myself. Where would I get the strength to eat those rations? Duan Lingtian rotated the iron skewer in his hand as he roasted the meat and laughed. Soon, the fragrance of the roasted suckling pig in the hands of Duan Lingtian's group of 3 pervaded the air. F***K. Where's the fragrance coming from? Isn't this fragrance from roasted suckling pig? Who's eating roasted suckling pig? It's Duan Lingtian's group. They really know how to enjoy themselves. They actually brought out suckling pig to roast. As expected of the genius disciples that the Duan clan values highly. So convenient to have a spatial ring. Shay. The group of Paladin Academy students all looked enviously at Duan Lingtian's group as their saliva dripped all over the ground. Compared to the group of Paladin Academy students, the group of Crimson WRM Army soldiers were much calmer. They minded their own business as they roasted the bonfire and ate their rations. After they finished eating, they entered their tents to rest. Satisfying. Xiao Sun gnawed on the roasted suckling pig and his face revealed a satisfied smile. Duan Lingtian and Xiao Yu were also eating meat with large mouthfuls with expressions of satisfaction. It would be great if we could have some wine at this time. Xiao Sun's eyes shone. Some of the nearby Paladin Academy students were completely speechless when they heard Xiao Sun's words. A man whose heart is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. We don't even have roasted suckling pig to eat, yet you're still not satisfied and still want to drink wine? Don't be so infuriating. However, in the next moment, these Paladin Academy students were stunned once again. They saw Duan Lingtian stretch out his hand and 3 jugs of wine appeared out of thin air. Wine naturally can't be lacking when eating meat. Come drink. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, you really brought wine. Xiao Yu fiercely swallowed a mouthful of saliva and had a pleasantly surprised expression. Shortly after, he and Xiao Sun took the jugs of wine and started drinking in large mouthfuls, under the attentive gazes of a pack of hungry wolves. The 3 of them ate meat and drank wine at the same time. They wolfed down the food and only stopped after a long time. So full. Soon enough, the roasted suckling pig was finished by the 3 of them, and the 3 empty jugs of wine were also thrown to the side. I'm going to relieve myself, Xiao Sun said before running into the distant forest to relieve himself. After Xiao Sun and Xiao Yu successively went to relieve themselves and returned, Duan Lingtian walked out as well. However, just as Duan Lingtian stepped into the bamboo forest, his spiritual force became vigilant. He could feel a wave of danger gradually approaching, as if it would descend at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian's figure moved and directly flashed forward. Spirit serpent movement technique. And right at this moment, a wave of scattered sounds came from behind. A robust figure flew over and surpassed Duan Lingtian in the blink of an eye, blocking Duan Lingtian's path. Chapter 204. Third level of the nascent soul stage? Duan Lingtian's eyes squinted as he gazed at the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes above the middle-aged soldier, and the corners of his mouth slightly curled into an arc. The middle-aged soldier's gaze was icy cold, and the gaze he used to look at Duan Lingtian didn't contain the slightest emotion. The person that has been spying on me since early this morning is you? Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, as if he was talking about something that was completely unrelated to him. As expected of the number 1 genius of Paladin Academy, you're actually able to notice me spying on you from the shadows. I feel that I've already been extremely careful. The middle-aged soldier was slightly surprised, as he didn't expect that Duan Lingtian had already noticed him. You're probably not a member of the Crimson WYRM army, right? Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the person before him. The person before him was a 3rd-level nascent soul stage martial artist, but he only wore the armor of an ordinary soldier, and wasn't even a decurion. He didn't believe that a person with such a cultivation would be willing to be an ordinary soldier in the Crimson WYRM army. You're very smart. The middle-aged soldier nodded. Exactly. I'm not a member of the Crimson WYRM army. Being able to silently sneak into the Crimson WYRM army without anyone noticing. Looks like the person behind you isn't simple. I'm extremely curious who exactly sent you here. Duan Lingtian's gaze that seemed to be able to see through everything stared fixedly at the middle-aged soldier. A dead person doesn't need to know so much. The middle-aged soldier didn't pay attention to Duan Lingtian, and he strode out with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Above him, the 400 ancient mammoth silhouettes that had just vanished not long ago once again condensed into form. You're so sure that I'll die? Duan Lingtian's gaze went slightly cold, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. The middle-aged soldier frowned slightly when he saw Duan Lingtian being so composed. He observed the surroundings for a moment, and after not noticing anything amiss, he sneered. Do you think you can escape by being deliberately mystifying? Don't waste your time. Once you do something, you have to bear the consequences. Today no one can save you. The middle-aged soldier took another step out, and origin energy suffused him, intending to attack Duan Lingtian. Really? Duan Lingtian was still standing in the same place, unmoving like a mountain. His face was calm like an ancient well without any ripples. I don't think anyone can save you. At this moment, a low voice mixed with anger came from behind the middle-aged soldier. Immediately after, two figures appeared behind the middle-aged soldier in an instant. One of them struck out with his palm and directly pinned the middle-aged soldier to the ground. Then, he stepped out with his foot and stomped on the middle-aged soldier, making him unable to move. The middle-aged soldier's body crashed to the ground. He subconsciously turned his head, but when he saw the scene behind him, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Oh my God! What did he see? 1,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes. The person that attacked him now was actually a 7th-level nascent soul stage martial artist. How is that possible? Didn't you say that the Duan clan didn't send anyone to protect him? The middle-aged soldier felt a chill in his heart, and his eyes flashed with endless despair. Young master. Of the two people who had appeared, the one who had stepped on the middle-aged soldier was Zhang Qian. The other person was Zhao Gang. The middle-aged soldier's face went grim when he heard this familiar voice, and he struggled to turn his head around. Through the night, he finally saw the appearances of Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang clearly. General Zhang, General Zhao. The middle-aged soldier's pupils constricted, as he obviously recognized Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang were capable generals under the command of the Divine Might Marquis, the cavalry Grand General Nie Yuan, and they had extremely high prestige in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army. So, many officers and soldiers in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army recognized them. You recognize us? Zhang Qian frowned, and he stepped on the middle-aged soldier's foot even harder. The middle-aged soldier's face went ghastly pale, and his eyes emitted astonishment. Who could tell him what the F***K was going on? Why are these two maleficent stars here? Moreover, they seem to be secretly protecting this Duan Lingtian. Isn't Duan Lingtian a direct descendant of the Duan clan? How could these two maleficent stars possibly lower themselves to protect him? The middle-aged soldier suddenly realized that this mission was simply a mission that would send him to his death. Speak, who sent you to kill the young master? Zhao Gang's face sank, and his eyes flickered with dense killing intent. General Zhang, General Zhao. Isn't he a member of the Duan clan? Why would the two of you? The middle-aged soldier took a deep breath. He wanted to figure out exactly what was going on right now. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian at the same time when they heard this, seeming to be asking if Duan Lingtian could reveal anything. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was able to discern that this middle-aged soldier was a tough nut to crack. If he couldn't completely break down the line of defense in his heart, then the middle-aged soldier would probably rather die than speak of the person behind the scenes. Right, the young master is a member of the Duan clan. But the young master is also the nephew of the Marquis. As for us, we were sent by the Marquis to protect the young master. Zhang Qian's tone was calm as he slowly spoke. However, when these words entered the middle-aged soldier's ears, it was like needles piercing into his heart. Marquis. He naturally knew who the Marquis that Zhang Qian spoke of was. It was surely that person with an aloof status and honorable identity within the Crimson Sky Kingdom. This Duan Lingtian was the nephew of that person? Young master, spare me. This lowly one didn't know your identity, spare me. The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale, without a trace of blood, and he struggled to beg Duan Lingtian for mercy. He suddenly realized that his actions were simply bringing about his own destruction. Speak, who sent you here? Duan Lingtian asked once more. Young master, if this lowly one speaks, are you willing to spare this lowly one's life? The middle-aged soldier's eyes flickered with the sheen of survival. You don't have the qualifications to discuss conditions with me. Duan Lingtian's voice became slightly colder. Since you know Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang, and have a cultivation at the nascent soul stage, your position in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's army ought to not be low. Could it be that you think that my Uncle Nie's ability is unable to investigate your background? The corners of the middle-aged soldier's mouth curled into a bitter smile. If the Divine Might Marquis wanted to investigate him, it would naturally be extremely easy, young master. I'm a Chiliarch of the Imperial City Guard. The middle-aged soldier lowered his head and spoke of his identity. He believed that there was no need for him to say the rest, as the young master before him would be able to guess it. City Guard? Duan Lingtian's eyes slightly squinted. Really is him. Xuelu. What a Xuelu, actually daring to allow a member of the City Guard to sneak into the Crimson Double army. Doesn't he know that this is a great taboo in the army? Zhang Qian's face slightly went grim, and flames of rage jumped about within his eyes. Zhao Gang's expression was extremely unsightly as well. Generals, spare my life. The middle-aged soldier's face was ghastly pale. He only hoped to be able to survive now, and he had no other thoughts. Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang looked at Duan Lingtian. Clean it up. Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, and there wasn't the slightest fluctuation of emotion within his voice. After that, he turned around, undid his belt, and started to relieve himself. After he finished, he directly returned to his tent. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the middle-aged soldier didn't even have the chance to react before being killed by Zhang Qian. When Duan Lingtian left, Zhang Qian and Zhao Gang had cleaned up the middle-aged soldier's corpse and concealed it once more. Duan Lingtian, why were you gone for so long? After Duan Lingtian returned to his tent, Xiao Sun asked, Can't I go to the big one? Duan Lingtian rolled his eyes at Xiao Sun as he spoke angrily. Lying in his tent, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed, and a trace of rage arose within his heart. Although he knew that the city guard commander, Xuelu, wouldn't let the matter go, he never imagined that Xuelu would be so insane as to actually want to kill him on the way to the northwest border battlefield. Xuelu. Killing intent arose within Duan Lingtian's heart. Early the next morning, the sun rose from the east. Everyone pack up your tents. We depart in 10 minutes. Commander Niefan's sonorous voice broke the tranquility of the early morning, causing all the Paladin Academy students who were still dreaming within their tents to wake up with a start. They left their tents one after another and started packing up. After Duan Lingtian walked out of his tent, he noticed that the 10,000 officers and officers of the Crimson Double army were already fully equipped and waiting to depart. Now, only the tents of the group of Paladin Academy students remained scattered all over the place. This Crimson WIRM army is worthy of being the elite army of the Crimson Sky Kingdom. Duan Lingtian secretly praised in his heart. Before long, the group of Paladin Academy students had finished packing up their tents and were fully equipped and waiting to depart. Along with Commander Niefan's command, over 10,000 tall horses carried over 10,000 officers and officers as they galloped out. Everywhere they passed, the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. On the way, they encountered some merchant groups and carriages, but all of them moved aside, not daring to directly clash with the Crimson Double army's edge. After spending an entire 2 months of time, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at their destination after following behind the Crimson Double army. The northwest border's Relentless Thriving City. Relentless Thriving City was a city that was located in a remote and embarrassing location. 15 kilometers away from Relentless Thriving City was the border city of the Southern Champion Kingdom, Southern Barbaric City. It was precisely because of its special location that conflicts between the two kingdoms frequently occurred here. Whenever one of the kingdoms finished recuperating and building up strength, it would take the initiative to send out troops with the intention of capturing the other's border city and plundering it. It had always been like this for thousands of years. Since half a year ago, the Southern Champion Kingdom's army had repeatedly provoked the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Relentless Thriving City, causing the pressure on the Relentless Thriving City's army to increase greatly. Only then did they request for reinforcements from the Imperial City. This Relentless Thriving City can't be considered to be large. It's about the same size as Aurora City. Duan Lingtian looked at the distant Relentless Thriving City from afar and his brows raised. It's not a county city after all. Besides the Imperial City and county cities, the other cities are all about the same. Xiao Yu nodded. Before long, the 10,000-plus officers of the Crimson Wyrm army spurred their horses into relentless thriving city, and at the same time they slowed down their speed. Although relentless thriving city's area was no different than cities like Aurora City and Iron Blood City, only the southern half of the city was filled with stores and crowds of people. The northern half of the city was the campsite of the Border Army, and the northern city wall was even specially reinforced as an iron bastion against war. It's the Crimson Wyrm army. The Crimson Wyrm army has arrived. They'll surely make the Southern Champion Kingdom's army suffer a crushing defeat this time. Long live the divine might Marquis. Oh. Chapter 205. All along the way, Duan Lingtian could see hope and anticipation on the faces of the residents of relentless thriving city. This was their confidence towards the Crimson Wyrm army, their confidence towards the divine might Marquis. Uncle Nye is worthy of being the Crimson Sky Kingdom's god of war. In this border where battles are frequent, his prestige probably surpasses the Crimson Sky Kingdom's emperor. Duan Lingtian thought in his heart. Before long, Duan Lingtian and the other Paladin Academy students followed the 10,000 officers of the Crimson Wyrm army, and entered the vast campsite at the northern side of relentless thriving city. Including Duan Lingtian's group, everyone that came was placed in various tents within the campsite. Duan Lingtian's group of 3 were placed in the same small tent. Although it was a small tent, it was still 10 times, no 100 times better than the tents they casually set up on the road. I'm about to be able to witness that cruel war with my own 2 eyes. Just thinking about it makes me slightly excited. Xiao Sun's face was slightly red as he spoke excitedly. Although Xiao Yu didn't say anything, the flowing light in his eyes at this moment had already explained everything. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. With a thought in his heart, a cauldron suddenly appeared in his hand. 2 days ago, he smoothly broke through to the 8th level of the core formation stage. What he needed to do now was to refine the dragon blood pill, and directly consume it to complete the tempering of his fleshly body for the 8th level of the core formation stage. Only in this way would he be able to continue charging towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. The dragon blood pill was different from ordinary medicinal pills. After the pill was formed, it had to be consumed within 10 hours. Otherwise, the medicinal strength would cease to exist. So Duan Lingtian didn't have a backup. Duan Lingtian casually taking out a cauldron wasn't a big deal. However, Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian take out a cauldron. Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you've become an alchemist. Xiao Sun couldn't help but glare. Even his breathing became somewhat hurried. This Duan Lingtian couldn't be thinking of playing with his heartbeat again, right? Xiao Yu also looked at Duan Lingtian suspiciously. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He raised his hand and reversed it. Qi. At this moment, a strand of milky white flame burned in the center of Duan Lingtian's palm. A 9th grade alchemy fire. Xiao Sun's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. His older brother, Xiao He, was a grade 9 alchemist, so he wasn't unfamiliar with grade 9 pill fire. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched. When did this Duan Lingtian become an alchemist? Generally speaking, a genius in the martial Tao like Duan Lingtian would normally place all his efforts on the advancement of his cultivation. It was impossible for him to delve into the Tao of alchemy, Tao of weapon refinement, or the Tao of inscriptions, because once one delved into the latter, it would waste a great deal of effort, and in the end fall to mediocrity in all aspects. In the past, in his eyes, the reason why Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation was surely because he concentrated on cultivation and didn't delve into the Tao of alchemy, Tao of weapons refinement, or the Tao of inscriptions. But now, the grade 9 pill fire in Duan Lingtian's hand had given him too great of a shock. This Duan Lingtian possessed such a heaven-defying cultivation, yet he actually spent time delving into the study of alchemy and even became a grade 9 alchemist? For a moment, Xiao Yu felt his scalp go numb. Abnormal. Too abnormal. If Duan Lingtian didn't delve into the study of alchemy, then wouldn't it mean that his current strength might be even stronger? Even to the extent that it's very likely that he would be able to break through to the origin core stage at the age of 17? Xiao Yu noticed that the more he thought about it in his heart, the more shocked he was. Xiao Sun was dumbstruck as well. He had the same thoughts as Xiao Yu. After all, people that delved into the Tao of alchemy would have a much slower increase in their cultivation in the martial Tao compared to ordinary people, because they placed half of their attention on alchemy and were unable to completely concentrate on their cultivation in the martial Tao. Just like his brother Xiao He, although their natural talent in the martial Tao was similar, even though Xiao He was older than him by a year, Xiao He's cultivation was inferior to him. All of this was because his brother concentrated on the Tao of alchemy and neglected his cultivation, causing his cultivation to increase slowly. What are you two doing? Is there a need to be like this? Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, then directly withdrew a pile of medicinal materials required for the dragon blood pill, and placed them one by one into the cauldron. Is there a need to be like this? The corners of Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun's mouths twitched, and they both felt that Duan Lingtian wasn't doing it on purpose. Abnormal. The two of them spoke at the same time with extreme tacit understanding. Duan Lingtian was speechless. Of course, it was also because Duan Lingtian didn't know what Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun were thinking, otherwise, he would surely shake his head and laugh. Since the moment he fused with the memories of Samsara Emperor Wu, he'd inherited everything of Samsara Emperor Wu. When Samsara Emperor Wu was at his prime, he was a royal-grade alchemist and royal-grade weapons craftsman. Even in the Tao of inscriptions, during the era where the art of inscriptions was prevalent, he'd studied it to the peak and wasn't inferior to anyone. Inheriting everything of Samsara Emperor Wu meant that Duan Lingtian also possessed the ability of Samsara Emperor Wu. Of course, if he wanted to exert even more of Samsara Emperor Wu's ability, he needed to increase his cultivation and spiritual force to a certain level, just like pill fire and weapon fire. Grade 8 flames required stepping into the first level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 7 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the origin core stage to condense. Grade 6 flames required stepping into the first level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Grade 5 flames required stepping into the 7th level of the nascent soul stage to condense. Later on and so on. Duan Lingtian, who'd inherited Samsara Emperor Wu's lifetime of experience in alchemy and weapons crafting, would be able to condense pill fire and weapon fire of that grade so long as his cultivation reached a certain level. There was utterly no need for him to research and improve himself. Spiritual force was the same as well. So long as his spiritual force was strong enough, he would be able to inscribe even higher level inscriptions. Just like now, Duan Lingtian's spiritual force was comparable to a nascent soul stage martial artist's spiritual force, and he was able to inscribe inscriptions like the bone corrosion inscription that were sufficient to annihilate nascent soul stage martial artists. If he was able to obtain those rare main materials, he would even be able to inscribe inscriptions that could annihilate half-step void stage experts. So long as Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were sufficient, then he utterly didn't need to spend time studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions. In his mind, there were memories of studying the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions to the peak. Using an analogy, if it was said that the Tao of alchemy, weapons crafting, and inscriptions were software, Duan Lingtian's cultivation and spiritual force were the hardware. That software possessed a top-notch level, whereas the hardware was still in the stage of being explored and improved. So long as the hardware continued to improve, then he would be able to display even more of the software's functions. Voila! Duan Lingtian's hands descended, and the pill fire condensed from origin energy was pressed into the cauldron by him, as he started to refine the medicine. Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in their hearts as they watched without blinking. An hour later, Duan Lingtian placed the little black snake's golden blood into the cauldron and completed the final step. Whoosh! A medicinal pill that flowed with a golden light shot out and landed in Duan Lingtian's hand. It was precisely the dragon blood pill. Duan Lingtian directly consumed it. In the blink of an eye, his body underwent a tremendous change. The tempering of the body at the 8th level of the core formation stage was instantly completed. The current him could directly charge towards the 9th level of the core formation stage. Once he stepped into the 9th level of the core formation stage and consumed another dragon blood pill, he would be able to complete the final tempering of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign Technique's Raging Python form. At that time, he would be able to continue charging towards the Origin Core stage and become a true Origin Core stage martial artist, and not the current false Origin Core stage. Only when they saw Duan Lingtian put away the cauldron did Xiao Yu and Xiao Sun return to their senses. Xiao Sun asked in surprise, Duan Lingtian, what medicinal pill did you refine earlier? That medicinal pill seemed to flicker with a golden light, and it seemed to be extraordinary. That isn't an ordinary medicinal pill. It's a medicinal pill that matches the cultivation method I cultivate. If an ordinary martial artist were to consume it, their body would directly explode and they would die. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at Xiao Sun. How about it? Xiao Sun, are you interested in one? Forget it, I don't want to die yet. Xiao Sun naturally believed Duan Lingtian when he heard this, and he hurriedly waved his hand in refusal. Duan Lingtian, when did you become a grade 9 alchemist? At this moment, Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian with a burning gaze. Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as well. It's been a while. Duan Lingtian lightly smiled, but didn't say exactly when. Could it be that he was already a grade 9 alchemist 2 years ago? Duan Lingtian, you're absolutely the most abnormal freak I've ever seen. Xiao Sun glared. When my brother became a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 20, I already thought he was abnormal enough. I never imagined that you would become a grade 9 alchemist at the age of 18. Not only that, your cultivation has even stepped into the origin core stage. You're simply a super abnormal freak. Super abnormal? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth twitched. Xiao Yu nodded as well, obviously agreeing with Xiao Sun's words. Suddenly, Xiao Sun seemed to have thought of something, and his gaze abruptly shone. A few months ago, the 18-year-old genius alchemist that appeared briefly in the Alchemist Guild's headquarters and defeated my brother's spirit. Duan Lingtian's heart jerked when he saw Xiao Sun looking over. Could it be that Xiao Sun guessed it? Oh, I wonder who is more abnormal when compared to you in the Tao of Alchemy. Xiao Sun finished speaking in one breath. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding. Looks like Xiao Sun didn't connect the genius alchemist from that time with him. That genius alchemist wouldn't be Duan Lingtian, right? Xiao Yu looked at Duan Lingtian, and his words caused Duan Lingtian's heart to rise to his throat. Xiao Yu was born with a keen intuition, and his intuition told him that the 18-year-old genius alchemist Xiao Sun mentioned was very likely to be the same person as Duan Lingtian. He's definitely not. Xiao Sun shook his head. You're so sure? You haven't seen him? Xiao Yu asked in bewilderment. I haven't seen him, but don't forget my brother has. I asked my brother, and he said that youth's appearance was extremely ordinary and didn't have any outstanding points. Do you think that the youth my brother described would be Duan Lingtian? Xiao Sun looked at Duan Lingtian as he spoke. Duan Lingtian was about to transform from a youth to a young man. In terms of appearance, he could absolutely be considered to be extraordinarily handsome.